to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to welcome everyone here and tell you how wonderful it is to sit here and see folks in our audience. After what we've done the last, year or more, it is just wonderful to see you all back, and it's just wonderful that we can all get together and have a meeting. So thank you all for coming and being with us today. I see a few folks I haven't seen in a long time, so we appreciate your attendance. The first order of business will be to call the roll of our members of the commission. Coleman Locke, Chairman, present. Eggleston, I understand, is on the phone.
Present.
Jimmy Ruth Evans.
Present.
Melanie Johnson.
Present.
Ken Jordan. Present. Barrett Klein.
Present.
Wendy Langdon Payne. Joe Leathers.
Present.
Thomas Oates.
Here.
Joe Osterkamp.
Present.
Keith Staggs.
Here.
Leo Vermadahl.
Present.
Mike Vickers.
Here.
A quorum is present in person. And I will just comment right now that we congratulate Miss Dr. Wendy Langdon Payne. She was recently married, in case you all didn't know.
Thank you.
When was the wedding?
A month ago yesterday.
A month ago. Okay.
Congratulations.
Wonderful. For the record, there are, 12 members attending in person and one by teleconference and none absent. Due to Governor Greg Abbott's March 13th, 2020 proclamation of a state of disaster affecting all counties in Texas due to the coronavirus, and the Governor's March 16th, 2020 suspension of certain provisions of the Texas Open Meeting Act, this meeting of the Texas Animal Health Commission is being held in person and by teleconference as authorized under Texas Government Code Section 551.125. At this time, I ask that all public attendees' microphones be muted until such time as public comment is requested or the individual is called upon to or wishes to speak. Also, because this meeting is being held in person and by teleconference, all individuals must identify themselves first and last name and indicate if they represent themselves or an organization before speaking. Any individual who is requesting to speak by teleconference on a specific agenda item or during the public comment period must press *3 to raise their hand signifying they wish to speak. You will be unmuted one at a time and provided with your opportunity to speak, and once finished, placed on mute again. Once you are finished speaking, please press *3 to lower your hand. I will now take a roll call of public participants who want to provide public comment. Please state your first and last name if you represent yourself or an organization and the action item you will comment on, or if you are commenting during the public comment period. If participating by teleconference, please press *3 to be called on. Are there any public participants wishing to sign up to speak on an agenda item or otherwise? Seeing none, we'll move to agenda item 4. First item of business on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the 408th meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Jordan. I move that we approve the minutes of the 408th Commission meeting.
Commissioner Leathers.
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Jordan, a second by Commissioner Leathers for second. Is there any discussion on the minutes or comment? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. And the motion passes unanimously. And I didn't ask for public comment from the audience or from the folks on the teleconference. Is there anyone wishing to speak on that now that we've voted? Okay. All in favor? Well, we've done that. Y'all, I'm wading through a pretty detailed script, so y'all bear with me. I actually have to call, Mary's got to keep me straight here. I have to do a roll call vote on that motion. Eggleston.
Aye.
Evans.
Aye.
Johnson.
Present.
Jordan.
Aye.
Klein.
Aye.
Payne.
Aye.
Leathers.
Aye.
Oates. Osterkamp.
Aye.
Staggs.
Aye.
Bermadal.
Aye.
Vickers. And the chairman votes for. Okay, that motion does pass unanimously. The next item of business on the agenda is the report of the Executive Director, Dr. Andy Swartz.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I would echo the Chairman's comment that it's really good to see everyone this morning. It's been a long dry spell since we've seen everyone in person, and appreciate the industry and parties that are in the audience today. Before I get into my report, I just wanted to recognize some of our guests from the USDA. have several here. So the first, you know Dr. Mike Pruitt. He is here, I believe. Yes, he is. Has been the AVIC in Texas, and he's due some congratulations. He was just named the District 4 Director for USDA, so he's going to be over about 8 states instead of 1. So that's an upgrade for him, and standing in for him is Dr. Megan Schmid. She's on staff here in Austin and will be acting in his absence until that position is filled. And then we also have John Picanso, who's head of the Fever Tick Eradication Program, and he'll be speaking to you later today, giving you an update for the agency. But I just wanted to recognize those guests this morning. So now to my report. I'm happy to say that on March of this year, we returned to normal staffing in all of our offices, a central office included. Due to the COVID, we had been out completely teleworking for a short time, and then 25%, then 50, then 75% back, and are now 100% back. But during this whole time, I'm really proud of our field services. We continued operations. You know, my direction to the field was, let's do this in a way that folks don't know that COVID's even here, that we're having to telework or anything, and they've done an outstanding job with that. So I think we continue to provide excellent service to the industry, and I'm really proud of that. I wanted to give you some updates on the 87th legislative session that just concluded at the end of May. You'll hear more details from Julia Shelburne, our government industry liaison, and from Stephen Luna on the budget, but I just wanted to highlight some things here. And the first thing is that we're pleased that our requested base budget was approved. We were instructed to provide a request of budget that was 5% less than our current biennium, and we did that. So that base budget was approved, but then our 5 exceptional items, all 5 of them were approved. And so one of those exceptional items was to restore that 5% that we had to cut, and there were some FTEs with that we had to lay on the chopping block. Well, we got those back, and we're going to use those to shore up reinforce our compliance department in particular. That was some of the Sunset Commission's findings, that we needed to do that, and also use those FTEs with the fever tick eradication program where we need them down south, and so that's our plan with that restoration of those positions and that funding. In those exceptional items, you know, that's the first time in my memory that we've gotten all of our requested items approved, and in what started out to be a tight budget year due to COVID, I was really pleased that we got the support for approval of all 5 of those exceptional items. So there's one in particular that I wanted to call out and thank Chairman Locke for, and that's the Executive Director salary equity. And while he's been chairman of the commission, and even before that, he strongly supported that this position be paid fairly, and that the commissioners have the ability to set the salary of the executive director, and we've asked for that every legislative session, and this year we got it. I mean, so the commissioners now have the ability to set this position salary, of course, with the governor and LBB's approval. But that's a huge step, and not only did they do that, they raised it another group. Last session, you recall, it went from a Group 4 to Group 5. Even though we weren't requesting it, they moved it from a Group 5 to a Group 6, and so you've got a lot of latitude there when you need to fill this position. So thank you, Chairman, for your dogged support of that. And
may I comment on that?
Yes, sir.
I would just say that while Dr. Swartz is supremely deserving of any compensation he gets with everything that he does, we're trying to look down the road at this too. And having been on a committee to find executive directors in the past, it's been very hard to find anybody, attract a really great person to this job because of the low salary. And I think finally, we've gotten a position where, if one of these years, I'm sure Dr. Schwartz doesn't want to stay here the rest of his life, but one of these years, I'm sure he's gonna leave, it's gonna make it a lot easier to get a really qualified person to come look at this job by having that, and that's very important, so.
Thank you, Chairman. Moving on, just a few highlighted here. The House Bill 1958 requires export facilities to notify us when animals are rejected, and this we see as a really good thing because this helps us protect the health and marketability of our Texas livestock. So what was happening before is animals were being presented for export to Mexico at these 9 facilities on the border, and sometimes they were rejected by Mexico for whatever reason, and now those animals were in Texas possibly without meeting our entry requirements. Before, we didn't know about those animals. We had to try to chase them down afterwards. This bill would require those facilities to report those to us within 24 hours. And so we see this as a good thing, and it empowers us to do our jobs better. I'll move on then to a few projects that are near and dear to my heart. One is the Texas Ultra High Frequency Backtag project, and this project is nearing its conclusion. It's been almost two years now that we've been working on this, and I've talked to you about it several times before, but it's basically taking a backtag like we use on the livestock at the market and putting a chip in it, a transponder in it, like you have on your car windshield for the toll tag, basically, but it's in the back tag on the cattle, and as the cattle move through the market, those tags can be scanned electronically and the animal tracked, and it promotes accurate record keeping. So that project, was designed to try to prove those tags could be used and then to improve traceability, and both of those are a huge success. I think we had excellent participation by 4 livestock markets, and 5 order buyers, a number of feed yards and slaughter plants and all. And so we track these animals through the system. Well, you think, well, the back tag doesn't stay on for the animal's life. No, but in some cases, those animals a permanent ID was put on the animal and associated with that back tag. And now we've got that permanent ID in our system. We can trace it back to the livestock market records and then back to the farm of origin. So as an add-on to that, we're concluding our data gathering for the project, and there will be a report written in September, and I'll be glad to share that with everyone. And in the meantime, we're encouraging USDA to continue providing those back tags at least to those markets that want to use them now, and perhaps any new markets that want to get this technology in their markets to benefit their business processes. And we've had livestock markets who are willing to buy the systems, the scanners, everything on their own if USDA will provide these back tags. So we're excited about that. Moving on to another project that I've talked to you about before, and that's a dairy calf interstate movement pilot, and that's where these day-old dairy calves are moving from dairies in Kansas, Colorado, and Oklahoma and coming to a big calf ranch in Texas. We've instituted a system. Our IT staff built a database to accommodate this, and it's working really well. So basically, the farm of origin is inspected at least monthly by a veterinarian, and then when individual shipments of calves happen, they're scanned as they're loaded on a truck or trailer, and that data files sit to us. Then when the calves are received at the calf ranch, they're scanned again there, and then that calf ranch reconciles any differences there. And so we receive those files, and we're able to track those animals better, and we're really pleased to have that up and going, that system up and going. Another agreement that we just entered into, I'll call the multi-state cattle herd agreement, and this is dealing with a large dairy operation that sends dairy beef cross cattle to the feed yards in Texas, and several truckloads a week, and they have all of those animals, even the steers, identified electronically. And they ask if we would enter into this agreement where the cattle have the RFIDs, they're scanned as they're loaded on the truck, and then the veterinarian generates the whole certificate. So the cattle are actually on their way to Texas, and then he generates a health certificate. But we're okay with that because those dairies are regularly inspected by a veterinarian, and we got this agreement to cover it. And then when the cattle arrive in Texas, the list is accurate. We got a list of all those electronic IDs. So all three of these projects are utilizing electronic identification. One is ultra-high frequency, the others are low-frequency tags. And I'm a big advocate of that. It increases traceability, it increases our accuracy and timeliness of response, and so you hear me say that over and over again. You may get tired of it, but I'm passionate about it, so thank you for your patience. Moving on in my report, the sunset update. I'm happy to report that the Sunset Commission and the legislature and the governor have all agreed that the Animal Health Commission should continue as a standalone agency for another 12 years. Overall, the Animal Health Commission fared well in this process, although we are losing our laboratory. The testing will go to Texas Veterinary Medical Diagnostic Lab at the end of August, or by the end of August. So September 1 on, the regulatory testing will be done at TVMDL, and we're working with them on the MOU to cover that. We did get a requested and we're approved funding to pay for that, the testing, primarily the brucellosis testing at TVMDL, and so any voluntary or required testing that goes on for brucellosis or pseudorabies, the Animal Health Commission will foot that bill at TVMDL for the industry. So we have the funding to do that through this biennium, and we'll see what happens in the future there. So Julia Shelburne will have more details on that sunset bill in her report. Just quickly on some disease considerations, primarily with cattle fever ticks. I've mentioned before the concept of the Rio Bravo buffer zone. That's an idea that perhaps a buffer zone could be established in Mexico to protect Texas from fever ticks coming across the border. We've got some support in Mexico from that, some support from USDA. There were a couple of pilot projects designed and they're waiting to be started. Right now we need the approval of the Office of the Governor to actually send that money to Mexico, and the Governor's office is waiting on a decision from the U.S. Department of State on whether or not this agreement would constitute an international treaty or if it's just a cooperative agreement type situation. So we're waiting on that. That decision. I mentioned a couple fencing projects. One is the Zapata game fence. This is a 2-mile section of fence near the town of Zapata between the permanent quarantine zone and the free zone of Texas, and it was a corridor for white-tailed deer to move up and out of the permanent quarantine zone and carry ticks into the free area. And this 2-mile section of fence will connect existing game fences, and it will create a significant barrier, we believe, to movement of ticks into the free area. And this is funded, and the work is being done by USDA, the Cattle Fever Tick Eradication Program, and John may have more details on it. But I'm mentioning this because we've agreed, the Animal Health Commission has agreed to do the maintenance on that fence for a 5-year period, and then we have the option of renewing it. So USDA is building the fence. We've agreed to maintain it for 5 years, and that's why I'm bringing it up to you now. Another fencing project I wanted to mention is in the Cameron and Willacy counties. This would be a total of about 10 miles of high game fence in some key areas to stop the northward movement of nilgai moving, carrying cattle fever ticks, and the white-tailed deer as well. So we're working with landowners there. The Animal Health Commission has the funding for the fence. You've given the approval to spend the funds. Now we're waiting on the environmental assessment was done, and it's out for public comment now, and that comment period closes tomorrow. So I'm not aware of any public comment yet, but we'll need to wait and see what that is. And then depending the outcome of that, we anticipate being able to put this project out in the near future, hopefully by sometime this summer, and get that fence built. And we think it will help us prevent the expansion of fever ticks and perhaps even eradicate them in some of those pastures where they currently are in Cameron and Willacy counties. The last disease situation I wanted to bring up was pullorum typhoid testing. The Salmonella pullorum and Salmonella typhimurium, that's the PT or pullorum typhoid I'm talking about, and this disease is something that's under the National Poultry Improvement Plan, the NPIP plan, and that there are requirements for testing poultry for certain to go to exhibits and to move interstate and all, and that NPIP program is administered by the Texas Veterinary Medical Diagnostic Lab. You know, that's done in the legislature, and they're the official state agency for this program. We're the state animal health official, so if it's a positive test, we follow up on it. But the request coming from the commercial industry in Texas is that the Animal Health Commission take up testing doing the PT testing on birds, on poultry. And I'm mentioning this now. It doesn't take a rule change. I think we can do this under an MOU, but I see this as a decision of the director of the agency to fulfill our mission, and that's protect the health and marketability of the state's poultry as well. And so our inspectors would do the test on site. Currently, well, let me back up. TVMDL employed field testers who went out and did this testing for years. And it became a financial burden, I think, to the laboratory. And they switched and trained private testers to go out, and these individuals charge the poultry owner for the testing. We've heard a number of complaints that their poultry owners are being charged too much, or there's not a tester available and all. And I think so the commercial industry is asking that the Animal Health Commission do this testing. We already visit. There are approximately 627 of these premises are operations where PT testing is done currently. 575 of those 627 are already in our fowl registration program, and so we already visit the properties and do the inventory verification once per year at least. And so we're already out there. We can stay another hour or two and do this PT testing, I think, and serve the poultry industry of the state. So I don't know if Commissioner Staggs cares to say anything right now, but I just wanted to bring it out there, and we're considering going in this direction. So.
Sure. Yeah, the industry views it as a positive to have Animal Health Commission do the test because, as you said, Dr. Schwartz, you're already there. It takes the independent tester out of the equation. Fowl owners can still use independent testers if they want, but for the price that they charge, and as you've said, I've heard some outlandish pricing. A lot of these independent testers, they became certified and trained so they could really just test their own birds, but they do some for fees. But by having Animal Health Commission involved with an MOU with TVMDL, the industry sees it as a win because we now have both governing agencies having oversight over this program, and so we appreciate the efforts of the collaboration between the two agencies. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, that's not an action item. I'm just making you aware that the agency is going in this direction. So thank you again. My last topic is just an update on a couple traceability related things. USDA had put out a policy a couple years ago that would require discontinuation of those metal tags, the noose tags that we're all familiar with, to identify cattle primarily, and require electronic ID or RFID. They got some pushback and in fact got sued over that policy, and so now USDA is backed up and they're going to do full rule development regarding those tags, and I've not heard any updates on how that process is going, but I've talked to you about that before, but just want to give you the latest on that we're still waiting to see what happens. Personally, I'm a strong supporter of electronic IDs, but I understand the concerns that some folks have about them. The last item that I have other than the waiver request is that USDA, to encourage the use of electronic ID, is now giving out free electronic IDs, those low-frequency RFID buttons. instead of providing us with those metal tags to give out to veterinarians and producers that need them, we now have these electronic tags available. And the USDA gave out the tags depending on how many breeding cattle each state had, and of course Texas won the prize on that. We got almost 900,000 tags given to us, and so our staff has taken up the challenge to get those tags distributed, and we have cases and cases of them here, and we're taking them to veterinary clinics and asking the vet clinics to, you know, to use those tags. But we've also hit on the idea of going to breed shows, and so Dr. Lackey had that idea, so we took some tags to the Texas Junior Hereford Show and got some good response there. Lots of folks signed up for tags, but I would say that we did the same at the Texas Junior Brahman Show, and the Brahman breeders beat the Hereford breeders. They got more than 13,000 tags were given out, and we're still taking orders for that. But
And I told Dr. Schwartz, that was very well received. I've got several comments on how great it was for the Animal Health Commission to be there doing that and being with the public. So that was a good move.
yes, so we had some folks here, I think in the back, Aaron Supak and some other new staff here were out giving out those tags, and I think they really enjoyed meeting the public, meeting the cattle owners and all, and it was good. It was good both directions, so thank you, Chairman. The last item is bringing my waiver request. We got quite a list here of requests because of the last meeting was in January, and we didn't do the waiver request then, so it's actually the previous meeting since you've seen this. So I'm not, well, it's from January 5th. So you did consider those waivers at your last meeting. So these 21 requests came in for a waiver of our current rules, and I'm ready to take any questions on any of those. I won't go through each one of them individually, but I approved 15 of the 21, and 6 of them were not approved, and most of those 5 of the 6 were a submission of samples for trick testing that were too long since collection, you know, more than the allowed 96 hours from collection to the laboratory, and we just made it a policy that the trick working group has felt strongly that we shouldn't allow shipment of samples longer than 96 hours. We shouldn't count those as valid, so that's the reason I'm sticking to that. But I'll take any questions now, and with that, I'll conclude my report, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Evans, and I just want to ask the question, why was CWD not included in your disease report?
Very good question, and that's because Dr. Rollo will be covering that in her disease report. So it's definitely been a hot topic, you know, for discussion. I recognize that, and my apologies for not making it one of my priorities here, but it is a priority. I just didn't, in the interest of your time, I didn't want to be redundant and go through all of that and have her report on it as well, but I'm happy to take questions.
May I express that it is an item of urgency, and one that I would like for the leadership here at Texas Animal Health to take a very strong, active role in our part of what we are assigned to do in working with this disease. And because it is so urgent and an urgent topic, I would like to call for a special meeting to inform us and brief us on what this agency is going to do. What's the plan? How are you going to execute it? And what are the results? We need the results. We need real-time data and information. And I would like to make a motion at this time, a motion that we as commissioners make a motion for a special call meeting to address this CWD and brief us. That meeting will only be focused on the briefing of CWD. I make that motion.
I hear you loud and clear, Commissioner, and Mary's going to step up here. I think we can't consider motions that are not on the agenda, you know, for public consideration, but go ahead, Mary.
That's exactly it, Commissioner. That being said, we can at the end of the meeting, when we adjourn and we schedule the next meeting, we can take that consideration under advisement then and set our next meeting with that in mind, but this isn't the appropriate time for a motion.
Thank you. I just want to express again the urgency of this topic and the part that the Texas Animal Health Commission will play in this. And, we've got to move forward and be briefed on this because it is an urgent topic and we are a big player in this and have a lot of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and again, my apologies for not prioritizing that and going over this personally. If I could, I'll just expand a little bit now on what we are doing, and I hear you loud and clear, your request for a special meeting. But so we are co-chairs, our agencies co-chairs the CWD Joint Task Force Commission with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission, and so Dr. Susan Rollo is our representative, lead representative at that meeting. They had a meeting yesterday that I think got about halfway through the agenda. It's a very busy agenda, but I think you there, Commissioner Oates, and others were there. So that's one thing we're doing is working. That's a way to get industry feedback and other parties on the issue of the deer breeder, CWD and breeder deer, and CWD and free-ranging deer, and exotics. So that's one thing we're doing. Another is that we've been at the table for countless hours with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, advising and working together on what a response should be to the current situation where we have 6 breeder deer operations with confirmed CWD, and the concern of what should be done with the trace outs. So all of those herds that received deer from those 6 operations were made not movement qualified by Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, and then now we worked with Carter Smith and his staff on developing advising on that emergency order that just came out last week by Texas Parks and Wildlife Department that addresses the tier 1s, herds that receive deer from herds that receives those animals. So that we've been, we devoted hours and hours of staff time on that. And then at the region level, all of these hundreds of herds that receive these trace deer, we've got to develop herd plans for each one of those. And so our legal staff has been working with our field director and all to solidify those herd plans that we can use in those situations. And it's been a moving target because Parks and Wildlife just came out with an emergency order, and we wanted our herd plans to match what they were putting in the emergency order and all, so that it's not confusing to the industry and it's on sound disease principles. And so we spent a lot of time on that. But our field is dealing with hundreds of these deer breeding operations on a one-on-one basis and working through their different situations. Some of them that receive the trace deer, we've already been able to clear. You know, they've had the trace deer, it was tested, it was negative. They're done, you know, and so we've been very instrumental in that. So by me not putting it on the priority, I made a mistake, but I'm telling you that we are putting a huge amount of time and effort and take this charge seriously. I hope you feel a little bit better about what we're doing, but certainly we could have had another session, you know, to brief the commissioners on that, and we certainly can going forward pending the chairman's decision. Not a decision today, but moving forward. So thank you, Commissioner. Yes.
Dr. Schwartz, the money we're going to send to Mexico and the fever tick deal, we're going to have any kind of oversight on that, or are we just going to mail them a check and hope for the best?
That's a good question, Commissioner Oates. And so what we're insisting on, we developed the agreement, and basically federal dollars came to Texas. They couldn't go directly to Mexico, but they came to Texas to be used for fever tick work. We would take our state funds then and send them to Mexico, but we insisted that they identify lead persons in the state of Tamaulipas and Coahuila that would be a person, you know, an actual contact that we could hold accountable, and then we have built into that agreement periodic progress reports on what they do. And so most of that money would go toward, products, you know, vaccine and Dectomax and Coumaphos and all that would be used. And it's only a 6-month project in each of those. So it's just total over $100,000. It's not a lot of money, but to me, it was an important way perhaps to start a new movement to push the ticks into Mexico further and take the pressure off our landowners. I mean, these ranches, some of these ranches have been under continuous quarantine since 2015, and they have no hope of getting out of quarantine. So, yes, Dr. Vickers.
Currently, all 4 of those states along the Texas border, most of those big ranches feed their steers here, and they dip them on the other side. They even weigh them and pay them more than what they weigh on the ranch before they leave, but they dip the heck out of them. And, I mean, you could get close to those dipping vets 50 yards away and your eyes are burning because they find one tick on them, you know, their whole shipment is turned back. But vaccinating those cows on those premises would probably be a big step forward. I just wonder how much vaccine we're going to be able to allocate for them.
Well, they actually have a GAVAC. They have a vaccine that's similar to the one we use. It's a BM86-based vaccine that's approved in Mexico, and that's what they've been using. The one that we have is through Zoetis, and it's also a BM86-based vaccine. It's not as effective against the microplus ticks, as you know, as it is against the annual.
I know some of those Mexican vets, and they'd work that probably really good.
Yes. So we think it would be to do a demonstration that how this could benefit. So if they don't have the ticks in Mexico, then they're not coming across on wildlife and stray cattle and all. So thank you.
But the Cwd's okay. Different story.
Yes, that provides a habitat for the ticks for sure, and some other creatures. So I've thought of something else, Commissioner Evans, that we're doing also, and that, with CWD related. And so we train collect Cwd collectors. These are lay persons, herd owners, herd managers, and all that want to collect their own samples. And so we go out and actually hold in-person training. We get some sheep heads from from your industry and take, because we don't always have deer heads already, but do hands-on training for that. We also offer online certification for veterinarians to do antemortem testing. That's a 1-hour set course that we conduct, and we're not trying to train them how to collect the tissues. That's for the veterinary, schools to do. But what we're doing is say, when this is the tissue we need, this is how you send it in, this is why you send it in. And so I think Texas Animal Health Commission and Texas Parks and Wildlife have been very progressive in accepting antemortem testing. We're the first in the nation to really build that into our program, and now USDA is following suit with some of the rules that you'll see later that are making our herd certification program consistent with the national program, and some of that includes antemortem testing that we helped get started. So, thank you. And with that, I'd conclude my report.
Any further questions of Dr. Schwartz? Do I have a motion to approve the waiver request as presented?
So moved, Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the waiver request. Is there any discussion? Is there any public comment from anyone in the audience or on the phone? Press star 3. Seeing as there is none, we'll vote. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. That motion passes unanimously, and in that eventuality, we do not have to do the roll call vote. The next item will be a presentation of the 87th Legislative Session update by Ms. Julia Shelburne.
Good morning. It's great to see everyone in person, have y'all in front of me and people behind me. So thanks everyone for being here. My name is Julia Shelburne. I'm the legislative liaison here, and I'll just run through the legislative session updates pretty quickly. I know we have a pretty full agenda today. So as Dr. Schwartz said, for the first time that we can really remember, and I'm new here, so for the first time ever for me, our base budget and exceptional items were fully funded, which is just really incredible. A lot of work went into that, so thank you to everyone who had a part to play in that. Dr. Schwartz said our first exceptional item was the restoration of the 5% budget reduction. So those funds will be used for compliance operations, which will restore 4 FTEs and provide things like case management software. And then 3.2 FTEs for field operations, which will be for inspectors to help mitigate cattle fever ticks. Oh, nope. There's 4 more exceptional items to talk about. So I'll just breeze through the rest. The second one is for infrastructure. So for the central office, which is the building we're in right now, the annual lease increases by 2.5% per year. So this funding covers that increase. And then we also have our Rockdale region office. That lease will expire during the next biennium. So this kind of covers that, as well as allows for some improvements to be made. Then our fleet was our third exceptional item. This is actually in House Bill 2, which is in supplemental funding that will be for this fiscal year. And this allows the agency to acquire 28 additional vehicles, which provides trucks to field staff that need them. It can haul specialized equipment. It's for safety reasons, and it also helps the agency realize cost savings by using a state-owned vehicle versus personally owned or a rental. And then we have our text core, which is number 4. What this does is it combines 15 different applications and databases into one, which allows vets and FEs to trace and just effectively trace animals and then respond to diseases more efficiently and effectively. So we're very pleased that that program can continue. And then finally, we have the Executive Director Salary Equity, which I won't go into too much since that was covered very well. But yes, if Dr. Schwartz ever has to retire for some reason, this helps promote the recruitment and retention of another qualified veterinarian by offering the more competitive salary, and allows y'all to make that decision with the approval of the LBB and the governor within the salary range that's now a Group 6. So we are very excited about this. Now I'll go into some more substantive bills affecting the Animal Health Commission. So House Bill 3856 just increases the administrative penalties to $5,000 instead of $1,000. This is in Chapter 161 of the Agriculture Code. And this is primarily for the most egregious offenders or repeat offenders. And it just hopefully will become more of a deterrent for the bad behavior. Going into House Bill 1958 about the export facilities, we will be proposing rules on that today, since that amendment provides rulemaking authority, and that is actually effective as of June 7th, signed by the governor. So again, we're very excited about that, only because it does provide us with the notification that we need to quickly respond to any disease or pest concerns. House Bill 1259 transfers the Rural Vet Incentive Program to our agency, and we will be working on rules for that, assuming that there's funding coming through, and that will be at a later date. And then we have Senate Bill 1997, and what this does effectively, because the Sunset Bill was signed last in time, so the effect of 1997 only updates the term hog cholera to classical swine fever. Classical swine fever is the more common and updated used term of the same disease. So it's just following a Sunset Advisory Commission finding that we need to update our statutes and make it more readable and up to date. So with our Sunset review, yes, we're continuing for another 12 years that we're very excited about. We will be closing the lab, and the state regulatory animal health lab will now be CVMDL. We are also updating different parts of the statute, removing overly prescriptive language. For example, in Chapter 164 of the Agriculture Code, where the legislature changed the term dipping to treatment for scabies in a lot of places, just so we have more flexibility to use the best available science and make it more up-to-date and flexible. And then all of these will be effective on September 1st. And then, of course, for commissioner training, there's training, grounds for removal, just very general across-the-board requirements that the Sunset Advisory Commission adopted those recommendations in all the statutes. And again, there was a lot of uncertainty during the course of session with how the sunset review process was gonna go, what the bill would look like. And so a big thank you, because it ended up turning out very well. So thank you to the legislative staff, the Sunset staff, and our staff who did a lot of work to get this done. We had a really great session. So thank you, and that is all I have. Does anyone have any questions? I knew I flew through that, but hopefully hit all the highlights.
No questions? Thank you, Julie. You were very thorough.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item will be a presentation of epidemiological activities by Dr. Susan Rollo.
The pointer works. The top button for the pointer.
Yes.
If it doesn't work, I'll just walk them. Huh?
It doesn't work on those screens.
Oh,
No.
that red button, okay, gotcha. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners, and thank you for allowing me to present an update of our program disease issues for the last quarter. And I promise you I will spend significant time on CWD. In light of our packed agenda, I will skip over a few updates of some of our regular diseases that we see on a regular basis. But I will spend a lot of time on TB and CWD. So first, I will start with TB, cattle TB, and I would like to give you an update on our Sherman County complex. This is the 8,700 organic dairy in Sherman, Texas, in Sherman County, and this dairy is operating on a test and remove plan. The fourth removal test was in October with no additional positives disclosed. In March, we used a modified removal test. So this was removal test number 5. And we were able to work with USDA and kind of deviate from the UMR on targeting cattle in that herd to determine by risk whether or not they may have TB. And so we based our knowledge of the risk on an epidemiological analysis that considered a calving date when we had a lot of positives that occurred. So our assumption was that this might be a point source introduction of TB to the herd. And so we were able to do extra testing on those cattle, and ultimately we did find 3 positives in that group in March. So that was one thing that we did that was unique in the U.S. on testing on these test and removal plans on dairies. Our 6th test is starting next week. So the total positives on this dairy are 71, including 2 from the feeder operation. So there would be 73 total. I'd also like to report to Dr. Vickers that our TB paper was accepted for publication in the Frontiers of Veterinary Medicine, and this is talking about the human to cattle transmission factor. And so that paper should be coming out for publication soon. In addition, there is a researcher that has worked with us on dairies and back in the 2015 when we were trying to test the humans or DSHS was helping us with testing the humans, working on the dairies. And this researcher began a new initiative to do some education with dairy workers, and she's doing this by using the COVID situation and setting up vaccine clinics for COVID, but at the same time doing education with the dairy workers on their health and the importance that that part plays in protecting themselves from TB as well as the cattle. So that is a positive thing in regards to dairy and the TB situation. Last July, we also had a slaughter trace back that originated from a beef herd in Sutton County. This index animal, was a 12-year-old animal, and it was naturally born on the herd. This herd has been a closed herd for many, many years. The only cattle they purchase are the Angus bulls to do the breeding. We did a further testing, and we found 3 additional positive cattle in the same cohort, and 1 positive in a pasture adjacent to that cohort. So there was 5 total in the herd. The whole genome sequencing on this found a 1 SNP difference, which we've talked about the whole genome sequencing before, and basically it's the single nucleotide polymorphism used to measure genetic distance between isolates. And this genetic analysis showed us that those cattle that were positive were similar to a common ancestor disclosed on our 2012 TB affected beef herd in Coke County. So that's the diamond-shaped symbol on the map for the 2012 Coke County positive herd. And so when we're looking at how this herd could have become infected with TB, being that it's a closed herd, one hypothesis is that the 12-year-old cow may have been harboring TB for years or been latent, and she didn't shed for years. And maybe she's an older cow, maybe an immunological change occurred in her, and so then she started shedding and spread it to the additional cows in the herd. Now, how she was infected, she was a natural-born addition. It could have been another cow that died previously that we don't have a result on, or it could have been from her dam, since we don't have the origin of her dam documented. So that's how we think this beef herd could have been infected. This situation is also unique because in addition to testing cattle and goats on the ranch, we had to develop a disease wildlife surveillance strategy for sampling surveillance or wildlife in collaboration with USDA, APHIS-VS, and the Center for Epidemiology and Animal Health. And we're concerned about TB transmission to wildlife or from wildlife to cattle because this can occur through the fecal-oral route, ingestion of contaminated food, or through the respiratory tract. So we are concerned about wildlife in the area, and so those wildlife have been sampled for TB during the hunting season when they're hunter harvested, and that will continue. The cattle and goat herds on the premises are operating on a test and removal plan. The 3rd removal test is being scheduled right now, and the estimated number of removal tests is 6. The goats are also used on the ranch for pasture management, and they will also be TB tested. We continue to look at the traces out of this herd. Again, it's been a closed herd other than the Angus bulls, which we've researched. But as far as the traces go, we have not found any additional TB to spread to other herds. The third herd I'll mention here is an exhibition herd, and we had 3 positive steers, 2 of them associated with 2 exhibition herds. 2 of those genetically show they came from Chiapas, and Rockdale region has been managing the exhibition herd by putting the test negative steers into feeder channels for eventual slaughter. And we've had a lot of challenges finding a feed yard that would house these exposed steers. And then we've also had a huge amount of challenges trying to find a slaughter plant to take this, sized animal. And so that has certainly been an ongoing struggle for us here at Texas Animal Health Commission. And thanks for Dr. Pruitt for helping us with some of that that work. So that is the TB update. On the fever ticks, John Conso will be speaking on this. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to list out the control purpose quarantine areas associating with the cattle fever tick outbreak that was discovered in January 2020. And I've shown you graphs of this in the past, so you have an idea of the spread that's occurred. And I'll just summarize where the spread has occurred to date. Cameron County has had 5 new infested premises outside the large temporary preventive quarantine area, and 4 of those were epi-linked to this outbreak. The index property was likely exposed from infested nilgai antelope that were moving westward from the TPQA. In addition, Willacy County has had 2 epi-link infestations associated with this outbreak. In Hidalgo County, there's been 3 CPQAs epi-linked, and a 4th one that was discovered in northern Hidalgo that does not seem to be related, but it is concerning because there is some wildlife refuges up there, and nilgai has been reported there as well. And so that northern Hidalgo area is one of concern. Right now we have 3 infestations disclosed, but the proximity again to the nilgai makes us concerned about potential spread. And then we had a premises in Jim Wells County that's up for release. With all these CPQAs, we do, whoops, I don't have it in here. We do traces associated with them, and we had a total of 1,605 traces from 1,264 herds. So that's 1,264 herds that we've located and to determine if ticks spread or if those could have been potential sources to other areas. And to date, this all started again in January 2020. To date, we've finished 80% of those, and many of them are ready to be closed. It's just waiting for the rest of the surveillance needed there before we can close it. For Eia and Pyro, this is already outdated because this data only went through the end of May. And so we had 19 horses with Eia. The Johnson County premises is one premises. The Refugio County premises was actually ranch horses, and this could have been a natural spread Eia situation versus what we normally see, which is through the iatrogenic spread through among the racing quarter horses. And then since then, we've had 6 additional positives in Crane County, 1 in Parker County, and 5 more in Johnson County from a separate barn unrelated to the 9 listed here on this graph. So we have had quite a bit of Eia in Texas. We also had 1 equine herpes case, which appeared to be an isolated event, and there was no disease spread on that. The next disease is infectious laryngeal tracheitis. This was first reported this year in Texas on March 30th in Camp County. An additional 14 broilers were disclosed between March 30th and June 20th in Camp, Franklin, Wood, and Hopkins counties. Of the 14 total reported, 12 were from 1 company and in the same counties as the 2020 outbreak. Viral genomes detected in samples belong to a genotype 6 virus group, and these are not related to the CEO or TCO vaccines. According to the Poultry Diagnostic and Research Laboratory at the University of Georgia, the exact origin of these viruses remains unknown. However, lab reports from these viruses have shown that these have been circulating in commercial poultry all throughout the southeast for the last 15 years. These viruses appear to belong to the same genotype as last year's viruses. There are 2 explanations to why we have it again this year. And first of all, it could be a reintroduction of the virus, or that the viruses were never eliminated from the flocks. And that information was provided to us from the Poultry Diagnostic and Research Laboratory at the University of Georgia. Okay. So the next topic will be CWD, and I would like to say that we do partner with Texas Parks and Wildlife, and this also is a unique situation to the U.S. that the Animal Health Agency and the the Natural Resource Agency, which is Texas Parks and Wildlife, have a very good, close relationship, and we work together morning, day, and night on this disease. On March 23rd, 2021, Animal Health Commission was notified of 5 positive deer within 2 facilities under the same ownership. And those are listed on this table as Facility 1 and Facility 2. And those were both in Uvalde County under the same management. To date, we have 7 positives at Uvalde, at the Facility 1, which was a certified herd, and 15 positives at the Facility 2, which is a 4th-year certified herd. We are in the process of depopulating this herd, and we've only depopulated the pregnant does. So we're going to go back in next week, and again, with our partners, Texas Parks and Wildlife, they will be leading the charge to complete the depopulation of both of those herds. The 3rd facility listed was notified to us the day after these 5 were notified to us, and this herd is in Hunt County. And there was 1 doe that was positive, and we even, because of the concern about the proximity of the testing to this other herd, we have full confidence in TVMDL's lab procedures, but to provide comfort to the owners of the facility that this was in fact their deer, we agreed and worked with them to get an additional sample from the doe that was buried on their ranch and submitted to the labs so that we can confirm that it was this doe through DNA analysis. And that took us a long time to get that result. And so we were waiting on that to provide comfort to that facility owner. Trace deer have also been identified. Texas Parks and Wildlife have a very good data program where they can run a query and identify all traces that go back 5 years and all trace ends that go into these herds. And so we had this data quickly, and we were able to, through their process of making them non-movement qualified, we were able to also submit a hold order on their facility, and so that we could work with them on developing a herd plan. On this list, and I'll go into that a little bit more, on this list I want to finish my table here. Facility 4 and 5 were traces out of Facility 1 and 2. And so in the process of identifying these traces, we told the facility owners to remove the trace deer, and in doing so, we found 2 positives, 1 in Matagorda County and 1 in Mason County. Those 2 herds have since been depopulated, and fortunately, there was no spread to other deer prior to us getting there and depopulating them. So both of those herds have been depopulated, the 1 in Matagorda County and the 1 in Mason County. So that prevents us from concern about future spread to free-ranging deer or other herds in the area. In June, we were notified of a 6th herd, which was in Uvalde County, and this was also a trace out of the 1 and 2 herds. And so that one, we are pending a visit with that ranch, and that is planned for this week. I'll be honest, I had to cancel last week because I couldn't get all my work done in order to make that visit, so we postponed it. Mitch, myself, and our Epi and Region Beeville staff will be visiting that herd this Friday. It's my understanding they have exotics, so we'll be looking at that as well. So I mentioned where we have positives right now. As a part of our epidemiological investigation, we're looking at the origins of the deer because there was movement between the first Facility 1 to Facility 2. So if you look at this, there was actually, 2 outbreaks associated here. We have the one that originated in Uvalde County, and then we have the Hunt County, which we don't have an answer to as to the source of that CWD there. We don't have an answer to the source of the CWD in Facility 1 and 2, but we do see the spread from those facilities to these other 3 facilities. And so this just illustrates that we are looking at the movements and how they're all associated. And I'll say that the majority of our OBEX lymph node positive deer are found in Facility 1, which is the certified herd. And so it appears from our preliminary data that that was probably the source to Facility 2. But again, we need to finish the depopulation and look at
Unknown caller.
I'm going to skip through those numbers. This is a map that shows you where these different facilities are. Facility 3, again, in Hunt County, and there is a little yellow shading there, which signifies a potential zone that will be proposed. Since we don't know the source of that CWD to that herd, because that also was a herd that was closed for many, many years. In other words, they don't purchase deer coming into the herd, so how they could get CWD through fomites, through other unknown transmission factors is yet to be determined. And so out of precaution, we would do a zone there to look for CWD in that area. We have the Facility 5 listed there, Mason, and Facility 4. We are not doing zones there because we feel like we stomped it out before transmission occurred. We removed those deer before transmission occurred. And so we aren't looking at zones in those 2 areas, but we are looking at zones, a zone in the area of Facility 1 and 2 and 6, because it so happens that Facility 6, and I'll show you this next slide, which is the newest trace herd, is in between our Medina County herds and the Facility 1 and 2. And because of that proximity, we are concerned about, potential area spread, potential other sources to Facility 6. Since we've only have notification of the one positive animal there, then we're still evaluating this epidemiologically, and obviously I would be concerned about area spread, considering we don't know the source to Facility 1 and 2 yet. So, to the traces. There was 297 trace herds associated with these 6 herds. Of those, 184 herds are pending. Of the 297 are 62%. And it shows on here that 53 were converted to movement qualified, but in fact, more than 53 have been evaluated by us, and we're just it's in the process of those being released. So the number that we have that have actually been evaluated by us and are up for release is 139. So we're trying to get that through the process. Obviously, staff has been very taxed in trying to accomplish these things in light of that emergency rule coming out and the number of questions that we've all had, and mostly the permit shop at TPWD. Then we're behind on getting those released. So it sounds worse than it actually is, and I'm not belittling it at all. We have 103 release sites that we need to write herd plans for, and from the Animal Health Commission's status on that, we would, they all have to, because they're non-movement qualified, they have to test 100% of their hunter-harvested animals starting this, week or whenever they start hunting. But as far as our part of it, we develop a herd plan that gives them the number they need to test to get released. And in our past experience 5 years ago, we still have some herds that are on hold. There's about 20 herds still Some of them never signed a herd plan. Some of them, it just takes years to get the sampling required based on our epidemiological analysis and the number of samples we feel are needed to make us feel comfortable that CWD is not there. That can take years for them to do this hunter harvesting. And so that's where we're at on that. There's 103 of those facilities we believe will need herd plans. Some of those, if they go out there and they happen to find the animal that was a trace animal this year and that animal's removed, then obviously we can release them from hold. But in the majority of the cases, they were released 2 to 3 years ago and obviously probably hunted by now, and so we don't have that animal available to test. So the release sites, I think, will be challenging for our herd plans. As the emergency rules, you know, they have this time frame on removing trace deer, and we're down to only a handful of herds that actually have trace deer still available for testing, and we expect to get those removed and tested with the exception of a few test-out programs. And then the third group that we need to address are herds that sold a deer to a release site or transferred a deer to a release site, or maybe they had one die in their pens without a test, and those herds will need herd plans. And that's what Mary and I have been working on trying to develop that herd plan for them to test so that we feel confident that CWD is not in that herd. Since the animal is not available for testing again, then we have to test at a certain level. And taking, you know, CWD is such a hard disease because the incubation period is time, and it can be expressed differently based on genetic genotypes and a number of other factors. The fact that it's in the environment, it's persistent in the environment for years, all those challenges that we have on developing these plans. And again, as Dr. Schwartz pointed out, we are the leader of the nation for using antemortem testing and evaluating these herds through a antemortem testing plan. So that is the trace facilities. I'll just mention, this is a breakdown of the different regions and how many herds are in each region, and how many are pending for herd plans. And then on the exotic data, I just want to mention that as well. There were 63 elk tested, including 16 on a positive facility, and there were 77 tested, including, and 27 of those were on a positive facility for red stag. And then for SICA, there was 18 SICA tested, and 4 of those were from a positive facility. And then this next slide, whoops, we're missing a slide. There was another slide that's not in here that shows you where the exotics have been tested, the counties that the exotics have been tested in. So I can provide that later if y'all would like. This last slide just shows you the zones as we've already discussed, and I think I just wanted to give you a preface of why we're choosing to put zones in different areas, and Julia will go in that further, and I can answer questions again at that time if you would like. The last report I have on my list is that the SARS-CoV-2, to date, there's 80 animals in Texas that have tested positive for SARS-CoV-2, including 37 canines and 34 felines, 6 tigers, 1 cougar, and 2 lions. Texas was fortunate to be the first state in the world, I believe, that had a cougar that was positive, so there was a press release because of that, and that was in a facility that houses large cats. And so with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Rollo, I do have a question, but I'd like to preface it with some, we just got, as an agency, we just got 12 more years as a standalone agency.
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, my personal opinion, I think we were given that honor and that responsibility because of our reputation from the past. And the reason we've got a good reputation is because of results and being fair in protecting every livestock industry in Texas and making sure that we remain viable and profitable. And I'm proud of that. And I'm proud to be a part of that, and I think we've got an excellent staff. But you know, when you're talking about chronic wasting of disease, my mind goes back to the fever tick problem that we've got. We've been fighting it for years. And I'm sure, well, I'm not sure, I know that the ranchers in that area feel like that it's intrusive in their businesses, and it's costly in their businesses, and they've chosen to do whatever they can to try to do their part and work with us in order to protect the rest of the industry. And if you go into the dairies and the TB quarantines and all the testing, and you've got some that you're still testing, and it goes on and on and on. And I'm sure that those people that have those operations think that that's pretty intrusive and restrictive on their businesses, and it's not cost effective. I know it's not. So, you know, you look at those, and then we talk about chronic wasting disease. You know, the fever tick area, those ranchers didn't ask for that problem, they got it. Same thing with the dairies, they didn't ask for that problem, but they got it. And I know with chronic wasting disease, the deer breeders didn't ask for that problem, they wish they didn't have it. But so many times, as an agency, we have to be reactive to diseases. And sometimes when those diseases are reactive, then we're behind in trying to catch up before we ever get started. And so my question to you, number one, are we, with our partnership with Parks and Wildlife, and we don't have any say over what they do, but we do have a say over what we do, are we doing enough, in your opinion, to be proactive to stop this chronic wasting disease spread before it gets into and becomes a massive epidemic in wildlife, in our wildlife population? Because once it gets out, I think the fear in the industry, and I've gotten a lot of calls on this, are we being proactive enough to stop this before it gets out into a point that we can't stop it?
Very good question. So you're talking specifically about CWD, right?
CWD.
Yeah. And again, this disease is difficult, and we don't have explanations. For example, I didn't mention the Lubbock zone. There's an animal free-ranging mule dealer there that was positive. We don't have explanations how those places are getting CWD. And we don't have an explanation for the Hunt County, and we don't have an explanation for the Uvalde facilities 1 and 2. And so it's the nature of this disease and the fact that there's unknown transmission factors that are occurring. What we've done is look at the different potential risks that could be contributing to it and what we can control and what we can't control. For example, you know, is artificial insemination a cause of it? Do we have authority over veterinarians that do artificial insemination? Carcass movements. How do we address carcass movements? You know, a lot of people believe that carcasses move from other states even, and, you know, the carcass is thrown out the back of the yard, et cetera. You have, whatever, birds are spread through maybe the leakage of the prions from the carcass, different ways that could expose other deer in the area. You know, what can we do to control that? Processors is a question Dr. Schwartz and I've had, like what kind of authority do we have over that? And so there's a lot of things we can do, and that is, you know, our testing, and the antemortem testing, I think, is important. And the fact that the emergency rules have an antemortem test required before going to a release site, then that allows us to see if disease is spread. But I agree with you as far as being reactive, and it's been a struggle with this disease to be more proactive. We've also tried to strengthen our rules and strengthen our herd certification program. I started that back in 2019, again, to align with the program standards and to improve that. And because of various reasons, we're presenting those rules today. So we've been working on that. That would have been a proactive thing that we could have done, you know, before today's outbreak. And so it's just the disease itself is challenging, and there's other states that have the same, you know, quandamus on how to protect the free-ranging, and our, you know, industry partners that, you know, people that own exotics, people that have facilities with breeder deer, those are all a part of this. And so we've talked about working with the, you know, our exotic program. You know, people own exotics, so it's a little bit different than the deer, where you have to have a permit to house the deer. You have to, whenever you move the animals, you have to get a permit, et cetera, et cetera. Because exotics are owned animals. We've improved our surveillance program in exotics, but how do we gain authority to go beyond that and require them to register with us if they own them? You know, how do we accomplish that? So I'm trying to think of other things, but we definitely are considering all those, and a lot of that is in our Cwd Management Plan, which is, there's a link on our website, and that was a document that Mitch and Bob Dittmar and myself worked on, and you know, several years ago. It was put in place back in 2012, and we've updated that to consider, you know, other strategies. We have also, the other thing I would like to say is the research part of things. We are supporting research on CWD. We don't do research ourselves, but we support other people that are doing research. We just filed a grant with USDA on looking at the genetics in elk, and so that's another area that we support is research. One of our positive facilities, we've allowed some research to occur. Again, people don't want these animals to stay on the landscape, because the more they stay on the landscape, the more prions are shed and the more potential spread. And so it's a challenge. How do we accomplish that when some of the answers we need are through research projects with positive CWD animals, you know, incubation times, other antemortem testing ways, control of, you know, C&D, other things that if we had a way to do research on them, then we might be able to have more answers. But it's not a good answer, but it's the answer that I have to give you today.
Thank you for that. I mean, as a commissioner, I'm sorry, I don't want to keep hogging the time here, but as a commissioner, what I'm hearing is there's a lot of unknowns, and there's a lot of questions that have to be answered. But as a commissioner, I don't have enough information to make a judgment call for me personally on how I look at the situation and utmost protect the overall industry, but to be fair to those that have their deer breeding facilities, because they're part of it.
I agree that
to be fair, but
right.
I don't have enough information to make as me personally as a commissioner, to make a determination without more information.
Can I respond to that, Susan? Commissioner Leathers, I proposed to the CWD Electronic Task Force, proposed to Mitch Lockwood that we test 100% of all susceptible species for 1 year. That includes your native deer, your pin deer, hunter harvest deer, exotics included. To me, I don't feel like we have taken a real clear picture of the disease, where it's at. Just like you, there's a lot of unknowns. Susan and Parks are doing what they can do, but personally, I feel like we've only been reactive to the disease. Do we have a disease that's comparable to anthrax, where you can't do anything about it? We don't know that. The only way to know that, in my opinion, is just like we did with brucellosis. We tested everything, then we get a clear picture. I don't want to test everything, but I feel like that's what we need to do to find out where do we go from here. If we test everything, and Mitch brought up that Parks and Wildlife has the state divided in 4 regions, it would cost a tremendous amount of money to run the test. I agree with that. Maybe possibility of testing one region 1 year, the next region the next year. Mitch, correct me if I'm wrong about our conversation, but to mitigate the cost all and do it at one time. I proposed to him that we test from September 1 to March 1. That gets all the high fenced hunting, that gets all the MLDs, that gets the entire native whitetail season. How do we pay for it? That's something Mitch is trying to work on now. So that's where I am with it. I mean, I didn't want brucellosis in my cattle either, but had it. You know?
Right.
So that's my viewpoint anyway.
You know, I guess, and I'm not trying to drag our meeting out, but this is, and it's been said before, this is a hot topic, all the way across the state. And a hot topic, you just explained why it's a hot topic. There's too many unknowns. And a lot of people, a lot of ranchers are out there that are just like I am. They know about it, but they don't know anything about it. And education, I mean, I think if everybody understood exactly what we're dealing with, and I'm not sure we know exactly what we're dealing with. So I think that's part of our situation, in my opinion, and I'll be quiet.
And appreciate your comments, and I will point out one other thing. Working with the task force, you know, we have been directed to continue work with the task force groups to look at future rules that could strengthen the question you have, or that you brought up, where it is in Texas. And so one of our options was to require all breeder facilities to test 100% of their animals. But we also have to consider, again, remember that we're the only state using antemortem testing, and it's not as simple as going out and taking a blood test. You have to run these deer through a chute and take a rectal biopsy, or you have to sedate them and take a tonsil biopsy. And so when we talk about the actual antemortem testing itself, that's a lot of cost on those facility owners in those breeder facilities. And when we say you have to do a whole herd test and they have 350 animals in the herd, we're talking, you know, $40,000 to do a whole herd test. And so, again, this problem with the disease and not having the way to test it and so forth. And then the other concern we have was our TVMDL lab does the antemortem testing, and they have increased their capacity, and they're in the process of getting more machines, but there's also specialized persons who can do the slides for this test and do the technical part for the test in the lab. So there's a lot of problems that we're trying to work through to increase the capacity and get the questions answered as to where CWD is in the state. And we chose to pick the high-risk ones, which would be the trace herds, to address those, make sure we don't have any more herds out there that have it. But I am concerned. We have 103 release sites that got deer from these herds, and I am concerned that, you know, our release site testing, I think, will be very important. We may not know this year if it's spread, but we might know in 2 years because of the incubation time. So those are some struggles that we're having with this. Can I answer him first, because he's been had his comments?
I'll make it short.
Okay.
You and I have had a lot of conversation recent, and one of our conversations, you acknowledged that, you know, our first outbreak in a pen-raised deer operation in Tarpley on that Patterson Ranch, you know, they liquidated the herd, sold the ranch, and then some new buyers came in and put deer in the pens.
No.
No, they didn't?
No, the new buyers bought the ranch, but they actually tore down the pens and buried them.
I see, but didn't they test the deer?
They did additional testing on the release site.
They were all negative.
And they were negative, yes.
So my question is, how about the property, where these infected deer, have been, eliminated or liquidated from?
I mean, my understanding is the property is affected.
Is that gonna be a problem for somebody buying that ranch, or is that gonna be a future problem, going forward, you know, with the knowledge that those prions live in the soil for a period of time?
I guess that goes back to trying to get the deer off the landscape as quickly as possible. And unfortunately, depopulation is the way to do that in these breeding facilities. But I recognize that there would be a land issue as well as a property issue, so.
So that facility or that property theoretically could still be a problem going forward.
Well, we don't know yet. We never found CWD in their release site at that facility. We only had it in the breeder facility, and that's where they tore down the pens and buried them. So that, you know, we have not found it on their release site yet, so we don't know if it's spread to the deer there.
But the prion's still there.
The prions are, yeah, right,
It's here, period.
yeah. Commissioner Evans, did you? Oh, Commissioner Jordan, or did you have a question?
Yes, to make it clear on some of our newer commissioners, understand this kind of which agency really has a primary role in making decisions, and in this Texas Parks and Wildlife, Animal Health Commission, our working relationship with them. If you can make that a little clearer, probably too.
Yeah, that would be helpful, I think. So in Texas, white-tailed deer and mule deer are considered a natural resource of the state. So Texas Parks and Wildlife have authority over those species. Animal Health Commission is, you know, we regulate the marketability and, of animals, so that would include animals owned and that are considered livestock. So in Texas, that would include the elk, red stag, and cyca. And I realize there's, you know, free-ranging population of those species out there, especially in the Panhandle and with the elk, but they're still considered livestock in Texas. And so Texas Parks and Wildlife, again, have the authority. We have the herd certification program, which is the voluntary program through USDA, and so we are over that program. So we have about 300 herds in that program. Those are herds that we actually monitor ourselves. They do their monitoring as well. They have game wardens that do like an inventory, for example, annually, but we do, you know, the annual inventories and look at the number of mortalities that occur in those facilities. And then if they meet the requirements, they move up in status and, until they get up to the certified status after 5 years. So we're over that program. We're over, exotic movements into Texas from other states. That's another thing we look at is, when someone's moving elk into the state, we look at the source herd in Canada or in Minnesota, and we look at the relationship of where that herd is. They have to be a certified herd, but, you know, is there free-ranging wildlife in the area that are positive for CWD? You know, those kind of questions, we look at that to make sure that we're protecting those species. And I'll say a few years ago at USAHA, they mentioned the number of positive CWD herds in the nation, and that year it was 17, and 9 of them were in the certified program. So, unfortunately, you know, you can't protect CWD from getting in a certified herd if it's coming in a way that we can't explain. And so, you know, that's what where we're at as far as our authority.
The lead agency is really Parks and Wildlife, and we assist and do the certification plan. Just make it a little
Right.
simpler.
Yeah.
Policies.
Right, on the positive and the trace herds, we do herd plans. I left that out. Because we're the veterinarians and the epidemiologists, and so we provide that expertise to those herds. So we work with the producer. Texas Parks and Wildlife, they're a signator of our herd plans. And so it's in collaboration with them. With our positive herds, we also collaborate with USDA. They also sign our herd plans because they have an indemnity part of it, and they can offer indemnity to the breeders that are positive if it's available. And there's certain criteria they use to determine whether a herd could get indemnity. And part of that is being in the certified program. And so, obviously, the Mason County and Matagorda counties did get indemnity because they were both in our program. And they were in a new area of Texas. There's other criteria they use. Uvalde, because of the proximity to Medina, it's not our decision, it's Cervid Health's decision on who gets it, but they have a matrix that they use, and they look at the different factors and then determine. So, obviously, they want to prevent spread to new areas, so any new area of Texas would be a priority for them. Does that answer that question?
I've got, and I've had some other veterinarians talk to me about this. We've got two situations where we're gonna be antemortem testing all the deer in the facility on this one ranch, and they're selling the ranch to somebody else along with the deer, and the sale of the ranch is contingent on the negative test. So this is something that's out there. If there's a positive animal in that herd, the sale doesn't go through. And so this also goes back to my question about the land, the property, from a contaminated premises. People are asking me about that. Maybe we can get Mitch to come in on that.
I'm gonna answer Commissioner Evans real quick.
Please.
But it's a big question. I've had some
I understand. It's,
about that.
yeah.
And, land in Texas changes hands a lot. And, a lot of these game ranches that have these deer facilities change hands a lot. And, that's a big question that, we're being confronted with.
Go ahead.
I want to emphasize again the importance and the urgency of this topic. And obviously, there are quite a few questions. There's concern about information that has not come to the commissioners. And I want to emphasize again the need to call at the end of this meeting a special meeting of the Texas Animal Health Commission focused solely on CWD so that the commissioners can understand and make good decisions for this very, very important commission. We have a huge responsibility in this partnership, a huge one. And we must rise to the call. This is no longer a rehearsal. It's not about shortage of manpower. It's not about shortage of money. It's who's in charge, what is the plan, and how is it going to be implemented? Who is in charge? I am astounded it was not on the report of the director. I will ask again and say again, there is an urgency for a special call meeting and a briefing to the commissioners so that we can understand the gravity of this, because we don't have enough time today to answer all these questions. That says to me we need a special called meeting.
I'm more than willing to provide you any information to have a special meeting, whatever we need to do to get the commissioners, up to speed on the disease itself. It would take, additional people that can present on the actual disease itself. And we have had two, symposiums. We had one in 2015 and another one in 17 because of the fact that CWD is such a challenge. And, we did bring in researchers from all over the U.S. to present on that, but if we need to do something like that again, I more than welcome. I'm sure the commissioners were invited to that meeting, back in those two times, so I recognize we have new commissioners and that we, need to get everybody up to speed on the disease, and I'm more than willing to do whatever you would like for me to do.
One of the questions I have is, do you have enough manpower and do you have enough money? And is this a time that we should call in and have help from the private sector that has a huge investment in this? Thank you.
I don't, as far as manpower, I mean, I guess I'll let, I mean, we can always use more veterinarians. I mean, I'm not gonna, but I'll let others answer that question. As far as money, again, I know 150% of my time in the last 2 months has been with this disease. And so, you know, as far as funding goes, then, you know, I don't know what the opportunities are for that, so.
This is not a CWD question. That green spot up there on the Texas map, is that Sherman County back to the TB?
Yes.
You know, we found out that there's 2 strains of human TB in that herd.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Has the public health
Well,
department?
we don't know they're human, but,
Or suspect?
yeah.
Right?
We think there's a potential source point, introduction and related to a calving date, which could be,
One from,
yeah,
Honduras.
right.
And then the people, after a period of time, of workers were tested, correct?
Correct.
Has the public health department ever been transparent with us on how many people were involved and what their, protocol is for handling that situation?
So with the health department and TB testing of humans and that work for dairy workers, they consider it an employee health issue and would prefer that the dairymen themselves pay for their employees to test themselves. They respond, DSA just responds to a positive TB in a human, and they would go, like if there was a high school or something and there was a positive, they would test at the high school to prevent spread. But as far as monitoring employees and their TB status, they consider that an employee health issue. And there's lots of programs out there like TDCJ and different entities that test their employees for TB, and that would be the way they view it, similar to workers that work on a dairy.
That's all the information you're getting out of them.
Well, there's human confidentiality issues. I'm not gonna ask them for.
I wonder how much of the community is informed of that situation.
Well, I believe, the employees, live in the community, so, I mean.
Privacy.
Yeah, so.
Dr. Rollo, Commissioner Langdon, so, again, not about CWD or about TB, but for avian, going back to, that page 8, a paragraph in there about ILT, you said that, for those flocks in March from the 10 broiler farms in Franklin, Wood, and Hopkins counties, there's 2 possibilities.
if they were never eliminated, are those flocks or those farms now closed? And so they're not bringing in and getting other birds infected with ILT?
As far as so ILT is interesting in that you would see a lot of disease in older, bigger birds, because it's a respiratory disease, and so they have a hard time breathing when they have disease. So, all the flocks are depopulated after they're positive, and then C&D is applied, and then they do restock the flocks with birds. As far as the source being, another flock out there, we do backyard flock testing around the flocks to determine if there is a source out there, and we depopulate the backyards that are positive. There's not a way of knowing if the backyard was the source to the commercial flock or vice versa. But we do surveillance around those to determine that. As far as how it can be maintained year to year, I don't think anybody has that clear answer. As I've spoken with the Georgia researchers about this, and we've talked about different ways we can do educational campaigns with the workers, and once we find it, strategies that we can take to eradicate it quicker and stop the spread. It seems to always occur in the spring. We don't, it's certain climate issues where we see the disease in a worse phase, I don't think anybody has an explanation how it's maintained in a state year to year. It's not just our state. It's in other places that we have it. But we do, like I said, we do the backyard surveillance to see if the backyards are a source to that. As far as once it's there, we do believe that's spread between flocks and between workers and between other fomites, trucks going down the highway and those kinds of things, so.
Susan, thank you very much. I'm sorry we kept you here so long, but that's a very complicated subject. And I will say that I have met with the chairman of Texas Parks and Wildlife, and we both pledged to do everything in our power to see this through and to cooperate to the full extent possible. And it's a huge problem, and we'll discuss our meeting at the end of the meeting when we set our next meeting. So,
okay.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item will be a presentation of field animal health programs, disease traceability, and emergency management activities. Dr. Angela Leckie.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Despite all of the disease outbreak information that Dr. Rollo presented to you, running on in the background, we do have all of our routine activities in addition to what has been a very busy year. I've been with the Commission just over 3 years now, and it hasn't slowed up yet. I've been waiting for that period of time, and I'm not sure that it's forthcoming at all. Here are the topics I'm going to cover this morning. General things that I've been covering in all of my reports to you. Field staffing, where we're at on our workshops or continuing education for our field staff, numbers for our inspections, as we've been trying to look at performance points. I'm going to hit on the other departments that I manage, including authorized personnel and ADT that Russell covers, and then what we're working on there in the future. So for field staffing, you did hear that Dr. Schwartz has already hit on a couple of things. We were holding open a couple of field positions as they became vacant to help with our 5% reduction that we had to have in the current fiscal year. So moving forward with that 5% being given back to our agency, we do have some more FTEs that are going to be available to us. So rather than plugging them in exactly where they had been taken from in the past, we're really trying to take into consideration and evaluation all of the different disease activities that are going on in our different regions and making sure that we're being attentive to what those needs are rather than how we've always done it in the past. You can see that we've got just over 15 vacancies when you total up our posted numbers and our vacancies. So we're slowly beginning to add back in some of those full-time equivalent positions. We have jumped off with our training schedule because it was very abbreviated last calendar year because of all of the different challenges. I'm trying not to use the C word anymore because everybody's so tired of talking about it. But fortunately, we were able to get our administrative assistants together in April. It's been alluded to already that we have a new enterprise system, and we've got the funding to help maintain that system for the next biennium, thankfully. So we've called that program Tex Core. It's our own entity of Core 1 program, and it's developed by Trace First, and there are a number of other states that have used it. Texas was the first state that actually asked them to migrate in a lot of our old information into the database rather than starting from scratch. So we've been able to go out there and train our administrative assistants. We've done virtual training with all of our inspectors to get them started up on the program. So beginning the first part of May is when all of our field inspections, whether they were input directly into our system via the laptops that our field inspectors have, or if they wrote it on paper and then input it later on, because it's a learning process, right? All of our data is now being captured in that system. So with our management training coming up towards late July, we have the ability then to talk about reporting and help continue to train our managers how to pull that information out there, because everything's being captured now, more or less, and so that's really exciting for us. But it hasn't been without challenges, and change is more difficult for some folks than others, but I'm happy to say that for the most part, you know, our field has taken to it, and we've had a lot of positive feedback. And then with that, we will get our field inspectors together again this fall. Don't know quite what that will look like. Last year, to help accommodate a tighter budget and not being able to travel as much, we had a core group of about 4 of us go to regional offices and start to do a training in each regional office. So the thought process was, let's have 4 or 5 of us do the traveling rather than have, you know, hundreds of people come in at one time. And so we made it about halfway through all of those trainings before we had to stop traveling again, because there was, you know, fear of continuing to spread, I have to use it, COVID. And so we had to stop doing that travel again. So we're real anxious to get back to that. We liked that one-on-one setting and got a lot of positive feedback. So, you know, maybe one idea would be, rather than bringing everybody into one location, we could at least have a north training session where we bring in maybe half the people up north, and then have a southern one with our southern 3 regions. But we haven't determined that yet. And then the LBJ school, through the University of Texas, is offering their leadership development courses and other courses virtually. Because we'd already set aside our 5%, and we had some funds that looked like they were available, we picked up on our continuing education and have spent some money towards that. So we've got 11 people scheduled to attend that course virtually in July and August. So I'm very excited about that. I did go through it myself here in June and have a good feel for what they're going to be exposed to, and so it is very worthwhile. Event inspections were really shut down for a period of time. We've got rodeos and livestock exhibitions firing back up, and so you can see we bottomed out in the 4th quarter of 2020 calendar year of just a dozen of them, and now we've more than doubled that. so we're getting out there again, I'm happy to say, as well as focusing on sending letters to events and letting them know of their obligation to make sure if it's an equine event that they are checking for Coggins papers, and we come by and spot check. So there's been a lot of education going out in that respect. Our feed yard and calf ranch numbers really have stayed very steady just because those facilities are 24/7. They've not been impacted very much, and they've continued to run, so we've not seen a lot of changes in this activity. Feral swine inspections also have been holding pretty steady, but we have seen some numbers, no, that wasn't next, with our garbage feeders. There's been a decline in the number of garbage feeders, but with our feral swine, we in 2020 spent a lot of time talking about African swine fever, classical swine fever, less amount of time on foot and mouth disease incidences, and so there's really been an emphasis since I've gotten here to make sure that we're getting out and visiting these people on a very regular basis, because you know, our commercial swine industry has a great concern about the feral swine here in Texas, and given that we don't have any answers on trying to at least control the population, these are kind of sentinel pigs that we have out there in one respect, and so it's really important that we get out there and get that addressed. Again, our fowl numbers have been pretty steady too. Dr. Schwartz has already hit on the PT testing and what our involvement might be out there. We're already the folks out there doing those inspections on a regular basis and have those relationships already, and so it seems to be a very good fit for us. So we're looking forward to that charge if it does come our way. Livestock markets, we've had a couple of new markets pop up, and some that have closed as well, and so, or not holding their sales quite as frequently, so that number has dipped down here just a little bit. But that is a priority, and I'm not aware of any market sale that goes on where we don't have a representative that at least spends part of their time there. Some of our inspectors even have multiple sales on the same day, so it can be a challenge to get all of those covered. We've been holding quite a bit of training, and as we've got like some part-time people or temporary people working in areas like Amarillo, where we did put in some TB inspectors to help with the work up there as they've had available time, we've really been focusing on livestock shipments and also trying to reestablish our relationships with DPS folks out there, because we do have to have assistance in getting people stopped and making sure that they're not carrying livestock into Texas illegally. So our numbers will be continuing to hold very strong there, and hopefully we can get back up to the numbers that we did hit the third quarter of 2020. With our swine surveys, we're not seeing a lot of new producers in the state, but you can see that we're continuing to get out there and do inspections in those facilities. So we've had a couple of test positive animals come out of some sale barns, whether it be brucellosis or it's been pseudorabies, and so the herd test in that first quarter jumped up for that reason. We did go in and test out 12 herds. With a lot of pigs, you can see, you know, we were running around 60 and then dropped down to 37, and then almost, well, over quadrupled moving into that last quarter that I've reported on. And our swine first point testing, this would be at our livestock markets, really has been steady as well. Slaughter plant inspections, just a reminder, our inspectors are doing those state plant inspections on a monthly basis, and then we're going into the federal plants once a year, whereas the USDA staffing are going into those federal plants on a more regular basis. So we tend to see these numbers being pretty steady as well, but that's why you're seeing some differences there. And we have it was more, of last year, but I didn't get a chance to touch base on it, but just more of a clarification of, when an animal is eligible to be bled for brucellosis. There had been some confusion with, the BSE rules, versus the Texas Animal Health Commission rules, and so the ages of bleeding animals would be at 12 months of age versus the BSE rules were 18 months of age. So there had been some confusion there, so we were able to increase the numbers that were being collected at the slaughter plants. It's been a pretty busy spring with trick. You'll see those numbers at our next meeting when I report on the second quarter, as it will be ending in July of this year at the end of this at the end of this month, June. We're not seeing a lot up in Amarillo, and the reason for that would be that's just not where we have our cow-calf producers. The main regions where we've got a lot of trick going on and where a lot of those facilities are that we're feeding animals would be kind of in central Texas. Also, there was a real push to make sure that we're getting out there, and if the facilities have zero interest in feeding those types of animals, that we get them off of our list, because we are inspecting those facilities on a more regular basis, once a month, versus the other feed yards we're inspecting every 3 months. And so it would be a waste of the agency's resources to go back to those facilities if they're not feeding any of those trick-exposed bulls. And so, especially in the Sulphur Springs region, you can see that number jumped up to 110 because we were verifying whether or not some of those folks were feeding animals, and then that number dropped down to 80 after that because we had about 20 yards that were no longer handling those animals and didn't have that interest either. Up in Amarillo, all of the waste feeders closed down and closed their business. We continue to swing by those facilities to make sure that they don't restock with pigs without getting permits to feed any waste. So we're seeing some number reductions there. And then, as you can see, this is a job that we do share with the USDA inspection group as well. And so we've reported the numbers in that manner. A lot of work has been done with authorized personnel. We've begun to integrate quite a bit more with the compliance department and try to message out and be real consistent in our messaging with our authorized personnel folks. There I'm reporting the numbers of accredited authorized veterinarians in Texas. And so what that really means is the accreditation comes from the USDA, but Texas is one of the few states that does have additional requirements for accredited level 2 veterinarians in Texas. So those would be the folks doing any large animal work. And one of the requirements is that they become authorized here in Texas to do that type of veterinary work. That's a bit of a different process, and so sometimes it's hard to get a hold of those veterinarians to let them know when they move into Texas that's what they need to do. So the USDA helps alert us when there's new people moving into the state, as well as the Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners when they're applying for their licenses. So those have been good relationships for us. We anticipate a lot of CWD authorized personnel work moving forward, and so you can already see the numbers staying very high for the CWD antemortem certified folks. Unfortunately, we've not been able to hold a lot of those training sessions because there just haven't been like deer producer meetings going on, and that's typically where we'll hold our workshops and bring in sheep heads so that we can practice collecting samples. I do know that the deer meetings are back on for this fall. I wouldn't be surprised if we do begin to have some requests for folks that want to get certified for postmortem collection prior to that period of time. And what I can tell you is we will be very responsive as an agency to those needs, because we certainly want people to make sure that they are accredited or reaccredited prior to going out and collecting those samples. The recertification period of time for both the postmortem collection and the antemortem collection is every 3 years. Yesterday we did hold an unscheduled, initially unscheduled, so it was kind of a last minute, within a week period of time, turned around and scheduled an antemortem training for about 9 veterinarians yesterday, and didn't get a lot of questions, so I think they were recertifications. But also let that group know that as we have rule changes, as we have updates that come up through our agency, it's important that we have their email addresses so that we can give them updates and let them know what's going on in the realm of Cwd there. And we have been aware that capacity at the laboratories for antemortem testing is a concern. So TVMDL was present yesterday at the aforementioned working group meeting, and so we got some good updates on that. So those are examples of the types of information that we can begin to pass out. We also do a quarterly newsletter for accredited and authorized veterinarians here in Texas. So that's another good way for us to keep in touch with all veterinarians. I think I've covered that pretty well. And then, of course, the TRIC certified veterinarians need to do recertification every 5 years. And as we get the TRIC test charts coming through, I know Laura spends a lot of time looking through those and making sure that those veterinarians have been recertified. So we're just using all of our resources to look over and look at compliance with veterinarians. Also, with moving to TextCore, we are now visiting with TVMDL and then the makers of both of our software systems, Trace First, talking about what the cost involved would be and the time frame of having our results automatically pushed into our system rather than being emailed out. So we're pretty excited about that possibility, but we're holding back, just waiting to see what that cost would look like. That would be a great tool for us and for TVMDL, because they spend a lot of time scanning in test charts for us to review and look at compliance. Emergency management activities, that's another area that I oversee, and I've been working very closely with Holly Tejan-Hale. And despite being low on staff numbers, I'm really proud to say that we've been doing more activity probably in the last year and a half than we've ever done. So these are some highlights of the work that's being done in the emergency management or emergency preparedness area. So internal training and preparedness, that was a key point when I got hired on, that Dr. Schwartz emphasized with me. We want our agency to be ready, and we want to make sure that we are trained up and can respond when the time comes, because Texas is a very busy state. We've got a lot of major industry here in Texas. When you look at the top 10 list of a lot of our different industries, Texas is on almost all of those. So in addition to like participating with a couple of drills with the AgView program, that is a program that has been funded by national pork producers for swine producers to be able to put in their swine movements as well as their secure pork supply plans. And then when a state needs to go in and look at that, if we've got some tracing to do or major disease concerns, we can request access, and then the producer then would allow us access to look at their swine movement. So it's a really slick system. We got good news also from Trace First that our system is going to integrate with the AgView system. So we feel great that we probably made a really good decision when we selected our software. But we've already had 2 drills learning how to use that software more efficiently. We've had a total of 3, but 2 additional since we've last met, collector and incident command system response trainings, and we've trained up about 15 new inspectors. We've given an internal ICS, Incident Command System course. Typically, it's done by TDEM, and we send our folks through those programs, but they shut down all of their continuing education, and so our internal staff was actually able to put on that course, and it did count for credit with TDEM, so it was considered an official course. 2 natural disease working group meetings, and so that was a group that we put together so that we could expand and dig a lot deeper into our responses with natural disasters. So that group's been really busy identifying different things like, I'm trying to think of some examples of our different committees that we set up within that. Just looking at very focused things, for example, getting more veterinarians prepared and involved with housing animals, making sure that we can track pets when they come into these housing centers and they get back to the appropriate owners, those types of things. And we drafted our foot and mouth disease vaccination plan for Texas. So we will be exercising that this fall, which I'll touch on here in a minute. For outreach, we applied for a grant through the USDA with some farm grant money that was available, and we're not able to receive that grant money, so we wanted to continue to move forward. We found Dr. Carrie Kuntz, who, Carrie Jo is a field veterinarian up in Amarillo, so she stepped forward, and she's actually our project leader in addition to her field duties for the proposal that we put together, producer education and plan implementation of secure food supply plans in Texas. So by the end of this year, it looks like we will have 50 feed yards that have written secure beef supply plans. So that's extremely exciting because Kansas really jumped off and took a lead in that. So we're trying to definitely get caught up, and we've had a great partner, the vet team at Texas A&M, led by Dr. Wesley Bissett, that's been leading that charge, and we've been assisting with that. So that's great forward progress. And then earlier this month, Holly did travel, and Dr. Kuntz was there as well. They covered how a foreign disease will affect us all, and it was really timely, I think, for that group to hear about that. And then I was there to touch on a program that is up and coming that I want to make all of our commissioners aware of. It's the U.S. Swine Health Improvement Program, so very similar to, it's being modeled after NPIP. The SHIP program would be a swine version of that. There will be a first delegate meeting in Iowa in August of this year, and they would like Texas to have about 6 representatives there covering all of the segments of the swine industry. And the charge in front of us would be to decide, number one, are the Texas producers interested in being a part of the SHIP program? And number two, how would we structure that? And so, as Dr. Schwartz did cover in his presentation, the NPIP program is managed through TVMDL. So if we move forward on this, I think Texas has a different model than some of the other states. So we can take a look at whether we want to follow along in that respect of having a program with TVMDL, or a lot of other states are looking at the animal health officials within that state or the Department of Agriculture. So there's a lot of work to be done on that. Being the Texas Animal Health Commission, you know, we're pretty neutral, and we want to follow the lead of what our swine industry would like to do with that. So I'm trying to get around and talk with as many folks and stakeholders as needed in that, in our general public, just to see what the interest level is. And then finally, on EM front, our federal level participation, we've been helping, or Holly's been helping coordinate and plan for the next virtual secure beef supply regional tabletop exercise. We met 2 years ago up in Colorado in person, and determined at that time we really wanted to test out our permitting process for animals leaving feed yards and going to packing plants. And so that will be the tabletop that we're going to be doing in August. And then our big one will be in November. We've got a functional exercise scheduled with the USDA to test out our vaccination tabletop that we participated in most recently with IAD. They received a grant and held a FMD vaccination tabletop. We participated on the beef and swine days and got a pass on the dairy day. But all of those 3 species groups focused on foot and mouth disease and what the vaccination programs look like. So as you can see, I took the time to go through those because they're all extremely important activities. a lot of time, emergency management, can easily get brushed off to the side because we're practicing for something, and we actually have disease and we're really busy, and so it's very easy for us to overlook emergency management. However, it's become clear to me, and I know our field understands this as well, to be able to know what to do and to have your contacts when you really need them, when a hurricane hits or we're going out and having to TB test a herd. It's just really important to have that skill set. The ADT department, led up by Russell Izzle, it's been really busy as well, putting out PIN numbers and lid numbers as we've gone through and updated our database and done some outreach to those people. And then, of course, you know, Cwd tags, of getting those issued out to folks. Our numbers continue to stay, well, actually, they took a big drop just because we had such a high push and a high run the third quarter of last year. But with us issuing the RFID tags that we've gotten from the USDA, that 888,000 or just under 900,000 that Dr. Schwartz mentioned, the number of lids really spiked up. Those would be the ones issued by our state, whereas a PIN is a premise identification number, and that's registered through the USDA. So it's been very popular for Texas producers to register their location with the state of Texas rather than getting a PIN number. And then, you know, Mr. Locke, Chairman, the Hereford Association was just really happy to put that carrot out there for the Brahman group so that you had something high to shoot for, so, in getting those tags distributed. So you're welcome on that. Then up and coming, you know, I already hit on our trainings. Also, we've had a lot of new regional directors. We've had some retirements and some other folks move on. So while I've been here, we have trained up and brought on 3 new regional directors, and in that, discovered that we don't have an SOP really for that position. So now that we've muddled through it and we've got some excellent people on board, they can help develop that SOP as well, and it'll just make that process easier as we do have other people either move on to larger things or to retirement, which is something to look forward to. And we can make sure that we're being consistent, and that really was the main message that the Sunset Commission kept pushing along to us. And then also, because of our new software updates, we do have to get in that region office SOP and get all of that updated. There's a lot of language to update, and really it's changed over a lot of our processes. You know, our region office processes were paper, coming in the mail or coming over email. We print them, we stamp them, we file them, we work them. And now, I won't say that we've moved to a paper-free system, but we could easily be paper-free if there were ever like a tree shortage or a paper shortage or something along those lines, if there's a big run on copy paper or something with the next disaster that we might have to face. And then that big 3-day exercise in November is going to be a big one for us, and our team's spending a lot of time just looking ahead at that. And that's all I have for you. What questions do you have for me?
Wow. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good report. Our next item on the agenda will be a presentation of veterinary service programs. Mr. John Pecon, so I'll say it correctly here in a minute.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commission members. John Picanso with the Director of the Cattle Fever Tick Eradication Program for USDA Veterinary Services, and it's great to be here with you. Before I give you a background on the program, I just wanted to give thanks to Dr. Schwartz and his team for the close collaboration and partnership that we have on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis. I'm new to the position from this past January, and I'm really looking forward and enjoying working with you, and especially Dr. Schwartz and his team. As you all know, it's a very challenging program. I've got 3 areas I'd like to visit with you all about just real quick. program summary includes about 3,000 quarantines, active quarantines that we've got right now, with 176 infested premises encompassing more than 42,000 acres of property out there. I think a highlight with the report is that on the federal side, to date, we've changed statuses for about 300 premises. So if they're infested, they'll go to an adjacent. If they're an adjacent premises, they'll go to a check. And the reason I want to point that out is we only did about 50 of those for all of last year. And this is since January. So we're making some good progress on keeping our field staff out there and doing surveillance each and every day, 7 days a week. Just to let you know, those 40 new infestations are compared to 74 from last fiscal year, 79 the year before that, 110 back in 18, and then 165 new infestations clear back in fiscal year 2017. So I think we're making some good progress around the infestations, and it does require great partnering and a lot of staff work out there every day to keep these ticks in check. And for those 40 new infestations since last October, 25 are in the free area, 15 in the systematic area. And so, as y'all know, we really work hard to keep those ticks out of the free area and keep them more on the systematic side. We've been doing a lot of river patrols. We've done 2,000 since October 1st, and as y'all may know, the river's been very, very low. We're apprehending Mexican cattle pretty much every week, and they're either coming over moderately infested or heavily infested. And it's just one more check of surveillance that we've got, and we're nabbing cattle and a few horses, but primarily cattle, as that river just continues to drop. Next, I'd like to talk about some personnel numbers just very quickly. We've got about 120 staff total. 23 of these folks are what we call in the office, and the rest are focused solely on field work. So we've got about 97 animal health technicians out there from there in Valverde clear down to Cameron County. I heard reference to maybe some cresocaine earlier, and I just wanted to let you know that Veterinary Services embarked on a project that was funded through Congress to attack the cresocaine here in South Texas. And we were given several $1 million to start this last year. We completed about 129 miles of cresocaine, what we call topping. And you may know about ARS's work from years past that if we can top this cane about 3 feet high or 1 meter, it will attract, the new shoots will attract the Serundo wasp that ARS has put out there probably the last 4 years. And they'll hopefully lay their eggs within that stem, that shoot, and it will either stunt and or kill that cane given enough time. So as I said, we did about 129 miles last year, and this year we started a new contract. We just finished up 64 miles last week down in Cameron and Hidalgo County, and we're moving the equipment back up to Valverde, and we're going to come south down into Webb County. So what we're trying to do is what I call operationalize the research. So our sister agency, the Agricultural Research Service, they do a lot of our research work, and then we try to take that and then implement it out in the field, and hopefully it's as effective as the initial research was. So I think given some time, we'll see if, we can push back some of this cane and either get it stunted or, perhaps kill it in some areas. We are working with the, Texas Soil and Water Conservation Board. You may know that they do all the spraying of the cane along parts of the river. And so we're trying to do a biological treatment through the WASP, and then that state agency here is doing the chemical application. The researchers at ARS tell me that there's an enzyme in the spray that will not attract the wasp to any flyover from the spray. So we're trying to get in areas where the spray application has not been applied, and focus on our biological treatments in those areas. And then Dr. Schwartz had mentioned the Zapata High Fence project. We've got kind of a throughway there in the Zapata County. And just to let you know, we started that project about 2 weeks ago, and we think it's going to take about 2 months or less to get that high fence put up. And then we're going to identify all those premises within that area and really see if we've impacted some of the infestation rates by keeping those deer on the systematic side. And then lastly, I wanted to share with you, you may have known that many assessments were conducted within this program through USDA, and a result of that is they took the findings of 4 different assessments, and Veterinary Services did create a strategic plan that I have shared with Dr. Schwartz's team, and there's about 125 tasks that we've identified to move this plan forward. It's a 5-year plan, 2021 to 2025. And I have to report back on our progress about every 2 weeks back to DC. So they're keeping a very close eye on it to be sure that all the assessment recommendations are being tracked, and see if we can start monitoring some progress in many different areas. It's not just on the field statistics that I shared with you, but research, wildlife interfaces, and many other things that we partner with on a week-to-week basis out there. So that's a very quick presentation on the federal side, and I do know Dr. Mike Pruitt has got some more Texas-based information that I think he'd like to share with you all. And before that, if I could take questions, if you all have any. Yes.
Over the past couple of years down in South Texas, these nalgae are being netted out of a helicopter and sent all over the state, and a lot of them are coming out of areas pretty darn close to some of our recent quarantine zones. It's a big concern for me because I just had a neighbor that netted 40 just about a month ago and took them to the hill country. And my ranch is probably within 20 miles of that claybird quarantine. Why don't we have an inspector to scratch those animals before they're shipped out of here and sent all over the state? Especially since we know that these nalgae can travel 13 miles in one night after they've been trapped in collared.
Yes, yes, sir.
It's a big concern for some of us, like me, that we could end up with a permanent quarantine as a result of those animals moving out of South Texas. It's my understanding whenever they trap these animals, they have to get a permit from Parks and Wildlife to be able to net them out of a helicopter. And it seems like it would be real easy to have a clause or a paragraph on that form that a tick inspector could sign off on after he's inspected those animals before they load them in a trailer and move them out of South Texas.
Yeah, yes, sir.
It's almost a common sense thing, you know?
Yes, sir. It's so you're bringing up a really
important concern of mine, and I know for Dr. Swartz as well. And I think maybe Dr. Rollo's got something to say about that.
Yeah, I wanted to let you know that we are working with USDA and, Swedish and some other groups to look at the nilgai geographic range. And one of the discussions Dr. Swartz and I've had is whether or not we could have like a surveillance zone, kind of like similar to our CWD, where we establish where the zone is that we can guide travel, and that we can be more proactive in, identifying movements that occur and potentially get additional surveillance. So that is something that we've been, a project that we've been working on, and Dr. Reed, which you talked to before, is, got a really good map as far as the data points and all that, and so that's the point we're at right now. But we want to, talk to Mary and legal and so forth and see if we can do something to address exactly what you're saying about
There's a lot of
potential movement.
doing it. There's a lot of people doing it.
Okay.
I have a lot of clients that are doing it, and, it's a lucrative thing. They get $700 or $800 for a female and up to $1,500 or more, or $1,700 for a big bull. And, it's a big profitable deal for them. But, it's a concern for a lot of us. Some of the cattle raisers, Jones and some of the others, are concerned about that situation too, because these nilgai are moving further west.
Right.
They're in Jim Hogg County now, and big concern for some of us.
Yeah, thank you for that. And as I said, it's a concern for us as well. We try to watch it as close as we can, and certainly if they're coming out of the quarantine areas, we'll get boots on the ground, get them scratched, and get that reported back. But it's those areas where, we may not have jurisdiction right now, and we'll have to take the lead with Dr. Swartz's office on the state side of how we could maybe start doing more of that, like Dr. Rollo just pointed out. But I hear what you're saying, and it's the same concern that we've got as well. They're traveling further and further west, and our treatment applications are very, very limited on what we can do with them. Yeah, they're.
You shoot one, they've got ticks. They may not be fever ticks, but
Yep.
they've got ticks on them.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Anyone else?
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Dr.
See
Pruitt,
y'all.
did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, sort of. I think I talked to John, and he asked that I step in and present the rest of the veterinary services program updates. This will be my last visit to probably the commission meeting for quite some time. I'm sorry, Chairman Locke.
I miss you, I promise.
I will definitely miss y'all. Here's the ticket: you're not getting rid of me so easily.
That's a long handled fact, huh?
Yes, sir. As district director, I will be making trips back to the state over the next year or so, and we'll keep that relationship going. But again, good morning, Chairman Locke and commissioners, and certainly Dr. Schwartz and staff. It's nice to be here again. Again, it'll be my last time as the area veterinarian in charge. Dr. Megan Schmid will step in and be interim until we can get somebody crazy enough to come and sit in my chair. But we'll be working on that very quickly. The hope is to select someone within the next 4 to 6 months. Now, granted, we might be able to push it through a little quicker. Depends upon how aggressive I get when I get to Fort Collins. I'm just going to add a little bit to what John had presented to you regarding some veterinary program updates. The EPI report that Dr. Rollo gave was solid and thorough, and I'm just going to probably provide a little bit of, I'm going to lord over, so to speak, what has been done by Texas Animal Health Commission's field staff and EPI staff regarding tuberculosis and the response we've had in the state. Over the last couple of years, we've had a tremendous number of herds identified, both beef and dairy, and we've had one exhibition facility, and the staff has worked tirelessly to really push forward and get a lot of those facilities cleared. In addition to that, we've more or less provided some new approaches, one in particular in one of the organic dairies that we're working at right now. It's through discussions with Susan Rollo and her epi staff, with Louisa Collins on my side, with our work with ruminant health staff, to develop a new approach to try to move away from very, very aggressive and what I'm going to call a bit onerous process of going through and testing a lot of these large facilities. We've worked towards what I'm going to call a more industry friendly but not weaker protocol, so that we can start removing fewer animals from these herds. And we're, quite honestly, we're pioneering this here in the state of Texas. This is the first time this approach has been allowed, and we've worked really hard with ruminant health staff to make this happen. And I'm excited about what we've seen so far. Dr. Schwartz and his staff and my staff look pretty smart as we approach this. It's been a very, very nice approach, and certainly industry has been excited about it. And I think compliance will improve from veterinary services perspective as we listen to what they need and what we need regarding what the science offers. So it's been a really nice approach, and we're excited that we've seen a lot of success, and we're looking forward to moving forward in getting that particular facility cleared here in the next couple of years. Other couple of things I wanted to bring up. We're still working on our office. We have not had the luxury that TAHC has had about getting people back in as quick as we want to. Based on federal requirements, we're limited as to office occupancy. We've also been working pretty hard here in Austin to get our facility there over on San Jacinto Boulevard remodeled. And it's our exciting news to say that we're expecting a lot of the furniture and materials that we had as part of that remodel to be delivered finally after a year. And I know John Picanzo has been the project manager, and I was really excited to pass that off to poor John. He's done a great job, and looks like we're going to probably see us return back to the office, I think, in early September. So that's come along. Regarding that, our personnel has been really bolstered over the last couple of years. We've been excited to be able to partner and assist Dr. Schwartz's crew in the field by adding a number of both term veterinarians and term animal health technicians. We've got a very, very full and wonderful field staff, something that we have not enjoyed in a long time, and we've been busy here. It's not only doing TB work and brucellosis work to a limited degree. Unfortunately, you saw the numbers on Eia and Pyro here, so we're very, very active on the equine side. Our foreign animal disease investigations have been very, very steady. We've actually had a schedule right now just short of 40 as of right now, so we're looking to be very active. That's been in cooperation with our private practitioners and our producers, reporting that information to Texas Animal Health Commission and to Veterinary Services so that we can go out and work with the producers and identify what the problem is. Fortunately for us, a lot of these so far, and I am knocking on wood quickly, we've been able to report negatives on all of those challenges. Other things that we're looking forward to changes on, just recently our district director, Dr. Chris Young, left the district position and became the head or the district or the director for the ruminant health staff. And that's very important to Texas and really to District 4, because once again, Texas is one of the leading states for cow-calf and dairy production in the country. So that connection between a previous district director and now the ruminant health director is very solid and needed. Other changes, obviously, I'll be leaving the AVIC role and going up and taking his position. I'll be sitting in the same building just across the hall from him, so it'll be easy for me to walk across and bend his ear in case we need something done here in District 4. I think that's all I've got. I would entertain a couple of questions before we return to the agenda.
Just need to leave your cell phone number with us.
I'll try to do that as much as possible.
Thank you very much, Mike. We hate to see you go.
No, thank you, Chairman. Again, thank you guys for working with me the last several years.
It's been a pleasure.
Good luck, Mike.
Our next item will be an audit subcommittee report from Commissioner Joe Leathers.
Mr. Chairman, the Audit Subcommittee received a report this morning from Mr. Rufus. In that report, we heard that the recommendation that on the Laredo office that the annual employee performance evaluations were somewhat behind, as well as the driving record background checks. enhanced control over fixed assets, and that included, machinery and equipment maybe out in the field, as well as office supplies, and a written policy for wireless access security. All those have been, notified in the Laredo office and have been rectified. Also, we listened to the fiscal report, and that is pending the outcome of today's meeting. And, the open records request policy, was written, I believe it was in 2007. Policy has been updated and will become active in 2010. And that concludes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Commissioner Leathers?
Chairman, Commissioner Jordan, I move that we approve the audit subcommittee report discussed today.
Second. A motion and second to approve the audit subcommittee report as presented. Are there any questions or any discussion? Is there any public comment from the audience or by the telephone? All right, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. And the motion passes unanimously. The next item of the agenda will be a fiscal year 21 budget status report from Mr. Stephen Luna. Good morning, Mr. Luna.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here. So first off, we're going to be looking at fiscal year 21, and just the disclaimer, these numbers are as of May 20th. We are estimating a total revenue budget. We are estimating a total revenue budget for this fiscal year in the amount of $18 million and change. The mandatory 5% budget reduction in the amount of $687,000 has already been removed from that figure, and it's not factored in there. So the $18 million is what's available for the Texas Animal Health Commission this year. Included in this available total revenue budget is UB funds from 2020 in the amount of $885,000. Again, UB funds are unexpended. UB stands for unexpended balance, and it's literally funds that have been allocated, unobligated during the previous fiscal year. These funds were moved to various categories, including general revenue, capital, budget, federal funds, and appropriated receipts. Included in the available total revenue budget is House Bill 2, which was just approved and signed by the governor 2 weeks ago. And these House Bill 2 funds, the amount of $1.6 million, are available for a period of 2 years, and it's effective as of June 18th. So those funds, like Ms. Shelburne mentioned, they're for both the $1.4 million for fleet purchases, and it's $287,000 for software maintenance. As of May 20th, again, our estimated budgeted expenditures at that time was $15,192,000. Again, that was our known at the time. We did not anticipate any House Bill 2 funds in this point, because there's going to be contracts that we got to get up and running. So right now, we actually don't even have the funds in the bank. It has been approved. The money is coming, and I honestly, by the end of this month, anticipate having the funds, but then we still have to go through all the contracts and all the legal hoops and all that fun stuff to be able to start making purchases against it. So they are not factored in here. Available funds come out at this point to $1.2 million. Again, this $1.2 million, there's about approximately 100 days left in the fiscal year. We do anticipate being able to move approximately $739,000 of that forward as federal funds that were part of a UB rider in the General Appropriations Act that gives us the authority to do so for certain federal funds. and we can move that money to 22. Federal funds, we're currently projecting 3.6 million, with 2.75 of that being spendable. Of the remaining difference of 830,000 is applied to benefit offsets that are returned to the state. Of the spendable amount, 364,000 was brought forward from 2020, and we've received year-to-date in the amount of 2.6 million, which does include those 364,000 UB funds. In the event of any additional cooperative or federal fund agreements, they will be added to these amounts. We do not foresee any new ones in the last 2 months of this fiscal year, but if they do come, we will be adding them to that. Fee revenue is field vehicle expenses, and we use it for fuel, maintenance, repairs, parts, insurance, and leases. Our budgeted amount for this year, for fiscal year 2021, is $594,000. We've received year-to-date, as of that time, $504,000. $74,000 of that was UB'd from 2020. I will tell you, as of this date, since this was from May 20th, we actually have reached that threshold, and we are allowed by the General Appropriations Act to continue to keep what we receive, and we are doing so, and we are applying it towards fuel, maintenance, repairs, insurance, etc. The THC does not have expended balance authority, UB authority, to move funds from 21 to 22, except for certain federal funds. Under Article 9, Section 13.909, and we anticipate taking advantage of that rider to do so. House Bill 2 funds are available for that 2-year period, like I mentioned. However, on paper they're available. We have not, like I said, we have not received the funds yet, but we are in the process of working with the LBB and the Comptroller's Office to get those funds into our bank account as quickly as possible, and we will be able to move those funds to 22 without any issues because of the way the wording in the House Bill 2 states that the funds are available for a 2-year period. So that's our UB authority, for lack of a better way to put it. The Financial Services does request approval from y'all for a budgetary transfer. We moved approximately almost 35,000 from our field operations strategy to our capital fleet acquisition in order to purchase a truck. And that is so we did move that. We do have GAA authority to do so, but we do ask, since it's over $20,000, we do ask for y'all's approval to do so. And at this point, it is uncertain if there will be any other budgetary transfers for the remainder of this year. In the event that there are, at the next commission meeting, we'll bring that to y'all's attention and approval. And that is all I have for fiscal year 2021. Do y'all have any questions for me? Yes, sir.
Stephen, the $739,000, moving that forward, does that go to a specific project, or does it just go into the general funds as we need it?
That 739 is for various cooperatives. They were, so for example, one of them is going to be, there are funds for part of the UHF RFID project. Part of that is for cattle fever tick funds.
So it's designated?
Correct. However, I mean, the way we keep the money is all in one pot for field operations, and that money is for field operations, so it is in one pot, but that money is designated from that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve fiscal year 2001 budget status report as discussed today.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the budget status report as presented. Are there any further questions or discussion? If not, is there any public comment from the audience or from the telephone? All right, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. And that motion passes unanimously. The next item on our budget is a consideration of and possible action on the fiscal year 22 budget. Mr. Stephen Luna again.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So for fiscal year 22, this will be effective September 1. It has been approved with Senate Bill 1, which Ms. Shelburne discussed. We are anticipating the amount of revenue at this point in the amount of $17,487,000. It does not include does not include the UB of $739,000 in federal funds, which we just discussed. This is what we know of. We don't know exactly what the UB and federal funds will be at this point. That's an estimate. This does include also the $1.6 million from House Bill 2. Again, House Bill 2, like Ms. Shelburne mentioned, so we got all of our exceptional items that we requested. 3 of them were in Senate Bill 1, which became part of the GAA, which becomes part of our baseline. 2 of them were in the House Bill 2, which is a supplemental funding, and that was the $1.4 million in fleet and $287,000 for software maintenance for TechScore that has been discussed. And again, that's for a 2-year period, starting, technically it's effective June 18th, and so we will have through June 18th of 2023 to spend it. Sorry about my math. Need a calculator. They have been signed, those have been signed by the governor, and they are effective. Senate Bill 1 is effective September 1st. And I apologize. There it is. We are anticipating spending 100% of the budget. In the event that 100% is not expended, the THC does have UB authority, unexpended balance authority, to move funds from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023. Any unspent House Bill 2 funds in 2022 can be moved to fiscal year 2023. Federal funds, we are projecting a total of federal funds in the amount of $2.8 million, with $2.1 in a spendable amount, or what's available for the Animal Health Commission, with an amount of approximately $746,000 as applied benefit offsets that will be returned to the state. Again, the federal funds, for the numbers for 2022 do not include the federal funds for 2021 that will be moving forward. When we know that exact amount, when we next meet, we will have those figures for you so you can see how that works and what that looks like. Fee revenue, again, there is in the fee revenue amount that we are estimating to collect is $585,000. It is an increase of what it was over the last 2 biennia by about $65,000. But we have been reaching that goal each year. Again, the THC does have unexpended balance authority to move funds from 22 to 23. Again, the House Bill 2 funds are available for 2-year periods. Financial Services does request approval for a budgetary transfer for fiscal year 22, moving an amount not to exceed $70,000 from field operations strategy to promote compliance strategy. This is, at the time when we did this, there was a position that was budgeted in the field strategy that has later been moved to promote compliance, which is the legal and inspection, compliance officers, and so this will cover that position. And at this time, it is uncertain if there will be any other budgetary transfers for fiscal year 22. And this is all I have. I will be glad to entertain any questions y'all might have for fiscal year 22.
Wow, no questions.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the fiscal year 2022 budget as discussed today.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the 2022 budget as discussed. Are there any further questions? Is there any comment from the public or on the phone? All right, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed by no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Stephen. Our next agenda item will be consideration of and possible action on agency contracts, purchases, and leases. Ms. Sines.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. This time we have quite a few contracts, purchases, leases, $50,000 or greater on here. Because as you know, we have renewals coming up for the fiscal year 22 that's coming up. So, apologize ahead of time, but there's 18 items on here, and I'm not gonna read them all to you, but we will walk through them. The first item is, we purchased, as you heard, we implemented our computer system, our database that combined 15 databases. So in an effort to utilize that appropriately, we did purchase laptops for the field, more useful, that had touch screens, so that they could capture signatures and enter data that was out there. So we purchased 50 Dell rugged tablets, so that they could utilize that software when we implemented it. The second item up is the internal auditing service, which is Mr. Mundy Rubis, that was in here earlier. That contract is coming up for bid, so we will be issuing a solicitation for that and hope to have that awarded by September 1st. The third one down is some RFID wands, which is the radio frequency identification wands that the field staff and private practitioners use to read 840 RFID tags out in the field. The fourth item is, we have a cooperative, as Mr. Luna alluded to, that we have federal programs, federal funds that are given to us for federal cooperatives. We received one for cattle fever tick market dipping project that we have. It's $300,000. These funds are awarded to various livestock markets that participate in the program to voluntarily dip cattle in the vats that are housed there. So as you see there, the markets can be compensated if the cattle are voluntarily dipped up to $2 per head. So that is a cooperative that is in the fund amount of $300,000 that we receive every year, and the contracts are awarded as they participate in the program. The next one is for the supplemental order of the vehicles that you've heard about, the $1.4 million that was in House Bill 2. That has already been, as you heard from Mr. Luna, that money is not in the budget yet, but we are expecting it soon. And since the governor signed it June 18th and it's already effective, then once we do receive it, we can make a fleet vehicle plan to go ahead and proceed with that purchase before September. So that is why it's already on here, but the $1.4 million carries on throughout fiscal year 22 and 23. But if we're able to, we can go ahead and start purchasing vehicles in 21, so that's why we want to bring it forward today. The next one is the vehicle order. We have $150,000 that is in the regular general revenue budget that is allocated for capital, that we purchase vehicles for replacement and maintenance on a regular basis. That is outside of the $1.4 million. The $1.4 million is a one-time supplemental to the budget. This $150,000 is a continual that is in our budget every 2 years that is built in for the vehicles. The next one is the text core application. Is effective September 1st. That is the computer software that we're using. The $141,000 that we will be paying them for ongoing monitoring services, help desk, maintenance, and any support that we need for that database that we've been talking about today, so that we can continue to use it. The next item up is Microsoft software products and support renewal. It's $85,000. That is for the suite of products that we use. Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, the operating system, everything that we use on a daily basis. So that is coming up for renewal. Then we start with the leases. We have our leases that are coming up for renewal in September. We have this office, the central office, is the estimated $285,000. I know you heard earlier that we did ask in our exceptional item for additional funds, because that does go up 2% every single year. So we did ask for the additional money to cover that. So that's why it says the estimate, because it has the ability to increase every single year. The next one up is the Sulphur Springs lease renewal. That one is $83,000. That is an estimate, because every year when we do a lease renewal, we do take a look at the building to see if there's carpet or paint or any repairs that are needed, and so the lessor could charge us or could increase the lease as things go forward, so there's always an estimate there that we build those in. Same goes for the Stephenville office, then the Beeville office is on here, and the Laredo lease renewal. Those are all coming up in September, so that's why they're listed here. The next one we have is the workers' compensation coverage. That is required of us every single year by State Office of Risk Management to cover the workers' compensation for the employees out in the field as they carry out their work. Then we have our Federal Express. That is for our second day and overnight shipping. That is another renewal that is coming up in September. We use that consistently. Then we have our insurance for our fleet that we currently have. That is going up exponentially this year. It's increased to approximately $125,000. I believe that was is Fabian in here? Was it a 5% or 10% increase? 15% increase. And so we built that into here so that we could ask permission to spend that at the commission when the renewal comes up. Then we have another 50 tablets that we will need to purchase for the remaining inspectors to use out in the field for the software database. We purchased the first 50 for the immediate need, and then we'll need to go ahead and get everyone else equipped so that they can utilize the software. So that will be coming in September to purchase the additional 50. And then finally, we have, as you are aware, the lab closure due to the sunset review. We will be entering into an agreement with TVMDL, approximately $350,000 to conduct our testing services. And that is my last item.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna be supplying the wands to the private veterinarians, is that correct?
We have some, so we got some, this is Dr. Schwartz, so we got some additional ADT, animal disease traceability cooperative funds that we could use for specific things, and we're choosing to buy wands, you know, to give to private veterinarians to encourage use of.
A lot of us have already got the tags, you know, the orange ones and the regular ones, but, we were wondering, I've had some questions about that. When will they be available, do you think?
We've had some that we have given out, but these will be purchased, I believe we've already submitted the request, so as soon as they're in.
The first come, first serve, it doesn't look like that's enough money to handle all of them that are gonna be out there.
But we try to identify those who would likely use them, and if you want one, we certainly get you on that list and see. So, you're right, it's not enough for all 250 veterinarians who are doing regulatory large animal work in the state, or 350 or something like that, but it's
Put me down on the list, okay?
Absolutely.
You have to take 2 cases of tags.
All right, are there any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the contract purchases and lease request as addressed today.
Second the motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve the contracts and purchases and leases as presented. Are there any further questions? Are there any comments from the public or by telephone? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. The motion passes unanimously. Our next item on the agenda will be a presentation of compliance activities. Ms. Mary Ludiker, and I think Mr. Bob Young is involved in that effort.
Good morning. Mary had her name on here because I was gonna be gone, but anyway, I had 2 things before I started my report. Number one, I wanted to thank Loris Jones for putting all these numbers together for y'all. It takes her a long time to do it, and just wanted y'all to know. Also, I wanted to introduce Reese Biggs. He's our newest compliance officer. He started in March. He was a part-time part-time inspector in the Sulphur Springs region before he came here. So anyway, but I guess I'll go ahead and start on this report. This is going to be our region compliance summary. and it summarizes all the alleged violations received by the Compliance Department between September the 1st and May 31st. As we've said, this report's gonna evolve over time, as we're doing our trend analysis. And starting in February, our field started using some forms, our new forms, to get the sector type of the violations, like producers, veterinarians, markets, and things like that. And we have that in today's report. Now, as you see in our report, the cases that we received 935 cases since September the 1st to May 31st. In here, there's 20 compliance action requests, 824 non-compliant livestock shipment inspections. Those are performed by our inspectors at events, markets, anywhere that there's an animal movement. And then we had one complaint. And as of right now, we have closed 498 of those cases that we've received. Now, we've had some repeat offenders. As you can see, we've had 4 repeat dealers, 1 market, 9 producers, and the other, I believe, was a dairy. Now, in the cases that were filed, we had 4 individuals, and we filed 35 cases. We have 2 convictions. We've got some cases pending. We've got a Class B, and that Class B is still pending. Now, on our alleged violations, Ms. Jones put together a pie chart to where you can see which rules were violated. And the biggest one is our 43.2, which is pretty much our dairy ID. And then our second one's going to be some scrapie violations. And that's all I have.
What would constitute a Class B violation?
Class B would be like a dealer record-keeping violation, somebody that continues to violate a importation of livestock into the state.
Repeat offender.
Repeat offender.
That's what, a $4,000 fine and
I think
6 months in jail or something?
It's $2,000.
Yeah.
And you can get 180 days in jail. So, and we generally try to get those people to comply. Some do, some don't.
It gets their attention, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. It'll get their attention. If it doesn't get their attention, surely it'll get their attention in the future. So.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Chairman, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to recognize that you can see why we named Bob our compliance director, and he's also taken on directorship of the Program Records Department. So we find our good horse and load him up. So
Wow.
Appreciate what Bob's doing for us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda will be consideration of and possible action on orders related to
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Dr. Schwartz took the words out of my mouth, and so I'm going to elaborate on what he said a little bit. The report Bob just presented feeds into what I have to present for you today, which are orders related to notice of violations. And our agency, in the last year since we adopted the penalty matrix, which you all approved last June, we have really invested in developing and expanding our compliance capabilities. Part of that was talked about in our exceptional items that will be granted, so you'll be seeing, a few more investigators or a couple more investigators and additional resources in our staff. But the folks behind me, my investigators, Roel, who's not here, and Laura's have taken on a lion's share of the workload. And I'm just blessed to have them as a team. And I didn't expect to get emotional, but when you have good people, you get emotional. So I want to thank them for all their work. It has been a chaotic year to ramp up enforcement following COVID, but they have stood up to the test, even with the small resources. And so we might not have the manpower, but we have the dedication, and I'm proud to bring these orders before you because it's a product of their hard work and dedication. So flipping to the overview of cases. We have 16 cases for your consideration, which is a record from my knowledge for the last 5 years. And so,
I think.
Possibly. Actually. So 13 of these administrative penalties were assessed for foul registration violations pursuant to 4 TAC Chapter 54. One administrative penalty was assessed for felon to be authorized by the Commission in order to complete and issue an official document, particularly certificates of veterinary inspection. And one administrative penalty was assessed for failure to comply with the EIA change of ownership requirements, pursuant to Chapter 49 of our admin code. And the last one was assessed for failing to officially identify dairy breed animals, which is one of our, or typically our most frequent violation. So with that being said, I have the list here. A through P shows the particular case number and the respondents in each case. Each and every one of these agreed to our findings in the case, have assessed the payment that was assessed for the penalty, and signed the stipulation. And so those are the orders that we have before you in the book, and I would recommend, if there's no questions, that the following motion be adopted. I would ask that every one of these penalties assessed comply with our penalty matrix. If you look at them particularly, there was one violation that was for $300 versus $150, and that gets to a repeat offender. And so that's why we have a higher penalty for that one case.
Mr. Chairman,
What did he do?
It was foul registration. He had a warning letter to be registered several years ago, never registered, and was found selling foul at a later point.
Did that have any impact on his accreditation or anything like that?
This is not an authorized veterinarian. This one in particular has to do with foul registration and selling animals in the public.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to orders acknowledgement payment listed as A through P under agenda item 15.
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the orders as presented. Is there any further discussion? Is there any discussion or comment from the public or the phone? All right, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed by no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we're moving into the home stretch, Ms. Ludiker.
I certainly hope so.
Item 16, consideration of and possible action on regulations.
Thank you. So we have 7 rule proposals for you today. I'm going to divide and conquer with the other part of my team that has done an extraordinary job for jumping on board in September and helping guide our agency through a sunset process in a very unpredictable session. So Julia will take the last 3, Julia Shelburne will take the last 3 rules for you, but I'll take a couple of time, or a little bit of time, to explain the first 4. First, starting with fees, Chapter 33. The Texas Animal Health Commission is authorized to assess fees in limited circumstances, and we're also requested to do some cost recovery related to certificates of veterinary inspection that are issued. Currently, we assess a fee of $7 for the CVIs, and traditionally, when this was put into effect, we only had books, carbon copy books, and to save cost, they came in a group of 10. Well, of course, as Dr. Schwartz has indicated, with ID time and technology has changed, and so a lot of these rules adopt electronic certificates of veterinary inspection, and I'll catch this slide up. They adopt and approve electronic certificates of veterinary inspection. Also, we have our own electronic certificate of veterinary inspection veterinarians can purchase, but there's also third-party vendors that we approve that meet the requirements of our CVI and collect that $7 cost recovery. And so this rule in 30.2A, because it now says issued or approved, confirms that, codifies that in our regulations. I will say it also will give me the enforcement authority I need to address issues where folks are using health certificates that aren't certified and we're not getting revenues from. In Section C, it provides where you can find the CVIs, and the list of commission-approved CVIs is identified in D. And then last, I added a Section 33.4 that specifically outlines the enforcement and penalties that we currently have by statute. B provides that administrative penalty now can be up to $5,000 effective September 1st. It's currently $1,000. More than likely, none of these cases would rise to that level, but if we do have someone that's egregious and a repeat offender and having issues with their certificate of veterinary inspection, that is the penalty range, but that's not currently it's part of our penalty matrix, but wanted it to be part of the rule proposal since that's going to be effective come September. And that is my recommendation. If there aren't any questions, my recommendation's on the screen.
Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 33, fees, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and second that we propose amendments to Chapter 33. Is there any discussion or further question? Any comment from the public or on the phone? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. The motion passes unanimously. The next will be Chapter 40.
I'm going to pause while Julia passes out a section of the rule proposal that did not make it to the book that you have. However, it is updated on the book that's currently posted online for any of those that are following along with the commission. We are moving into Chapter 40, chronic wasting disease, and as we've heard from discussion this morning, this is a very dynamic and evolving situation. And I would say the rules that you see today are rule proposals are a combination of a year's worth of review of our rules, our policies, our procedures, federal standards, and actual practices. And then with the more recent developments, our immediate first wave response to address the situation you see with chronic wasting disease positive facilities being confirmed in new locations of the state. And so there's a lot of cleanup in this rule, and you'll see that through several other proposals. We have editorial, grammar, organization, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those because it's not changing the substance. But I will spend some time on things that we believe are needed to bring our rules in compliance with the federal standards, and then especially hit those zones that need to be addressed because we now have disease confirmation and concern that disease is in an area, and we want to be able to address movement and containment within those areas. So I'm going to start with 40.1, and 40.1 may not look substantive because it's definitions, but our definitions control the rest of our rules. And so first it alphabetizes, puts everything in order, so it looks like there's more changes than there are. But then it adds terms for breeding and release facility, enrolled herd, enrollment date, executive director, herd certification program, herd plan, which is a very important part of our role in working with Texas Parks and Wildlife, herd status, hold order, and quarantine. And then we have some lid and pin, which is our identification, how we know where these facilities are located, official CWD test, status date, and THC authorized veterinarian. And I want to pause quickly to address THC authorized veterinarian. We have changed that term throughout this rule because you have an accredited veterinarian, accredited to, those are the veterinarians that are allowed to do live stock work, large animal work on the USDA level. Well, a THC authorized veterinarian is one that has that accreditation and then additional training in Texas to perform specialized work to meet the needs of Texas. And right now, one of those needs is chronic wasting disease, and having special training about the inventory and the records that are needed. And then we also have a certified CWD antemortem veterinarian testing. And Dr. Schwartz, that's one of the efforts he has approved with this recent outbreak, is that we change to make sure all of these folks that are allowed to do this inventory have that extra level of training, and we're going to be implementing that into our authorized personnel program immediately. And so we have these resources, but this is going to be an added layer to get additional training and expertise within the state. And so that's the reason for that change, and it'll apply throughout wherever you see this change in terminology. A substantial change in 40.1, and it's not a substantial change in that it is aligning with the federal requirements, but in our commingling definition, we clarify that this applies to deer of any age or cervid species of any age. And so that may conflict with some practices right now, but it will bring us in compliance. And that was part of the conversation yesterday at our task force meeting, from my understanding, that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and this is the Animal Health Commission's proposal to address that. The next definition I want to draw your attention to is minimum mortality rate, and that is number 27 in the proposal. So this applies to our certified status, and it, for the first time, establishes an expectation. Before, it was you test mortality 12 months or older for your native species and 16 months or older for your exotic. Well, here we're establishing that we're expecting you to have at least a 5% minimum mortality based on the best science and data that's been gathered, I believe, back to 2013. And if you do not have that 5% minimum mortality rate when you're reporting your inventory, that may be a reason for us to tap the brakes and not advance your status. That means that there may be concerns that adequate testing isn't going on. And so we put 5% in this rule to give us the benchmark of where to go. And so that's something that is addressing some of the concerns about testing that you see in this proposal. We also clarify that our agency, as part of our process, even back to the 2012 and then, of course, the 2016 incidents of CWD, when we do an investigation, when Dr. Rollo and her team investigate positive herds, we trace back. You have trace back facilities and you have trace forward facilities. We trace them back both 5 years. And those trace back facilities are any facility that contribute a deer to the now CWD positive herd. And that's us doing as comprehensive as a review as we can under our current regulations to make sure that there's not a herd unturned when we're making sure that CWD isn't going undetected. So that's clarified in this rule proposal that you see, and it's under the trace herd definition. All right, moving to 40.2, which is our general requirements. We have a provision added that includes suspect herd, and I do need to back up. There are a couple of things I didn't explain. We changed the definition to CWD susceptible species to include reindeer and caribou. That is not updated in the federal regulations yet. It's referenced in their standards, but our staff's review of the best science and peer review information about conformations in those species led us to believe that this was the right step to include that so that the regulated community knows that that is a susceptible species. That being said, the prevalence of us having reindeer in 100-degree Texas may not be very much, but it is important in case we have some reindeer,
Fly over.
Yes, sir. So, moving on to 40.2, you'll see we added a provision that says, unless otherwise determined by a commission epidemiologist and approved by the executive director. And so these requirements provide our standard framework. But if you heard with our layout today with our epidemiological report, every one of these cases are dynamic and have different factors to consider. Antemortem testing is an example. And so we want to have this provision that with Dr. Schwartz's approval, if there is a deviation, it could go both ways, that we can address that. And if there is science and evidence that supports that a herd plan shouldn't be 5 years, but 4.5 years, we want to be able to consider that in our ability to work with the producers and the affected herds. So that's an addition there. E is an important addition to 40.2 because it consolidates 2 and 3. They basically said the same thing, so you'll see 3 marked out. But E clarifies that the herd shall remain under quarantine for 5 years unless otherwise approved by our executive director from the last exposure to a CWD positive or a CWD exposed animal. And this is the important, and until such time that all herd plan requirements are met. And we've added that requirement because our history has shown us now that there may be folks under herd plans that don't comply with the requirements, and 5 years may not be enough if we don't submit a single test during that 5 years. And so that's an important component for us to be able to have assurance that when we release that quarantine or we release that hold order, we're not releasing a disease risk. Moving to 40.3, we amend the title to Herd Certification Program for Cervidae because it more accurately reflects what this section encompasses. We add an identification requirement to match what is currently Parks'. So our current identification says your animal must be ID'd before reaching 12 months or before moving from the facility. Parks has a requirement that animals must be ID'd by March 31st of the year they were born. And so there was somewhat of a conflict and confusion in that. We didn't see the need to keep ours different, but can align that there because ultimately it results in identification before 12 months of age. So that is one change. An additional requirement you'll see is that grandfathering in all facilities that are enrolled in the herd certification program to this date, actually up to October 15, 2021, your fence height is not specified. But the federal standards, it just requires that it prevent ingress and egress of cervix. The federal standards are very clear that that height should be 8 feet. And so we are aligning our rules with that federal standard, and starting October 15th, which is about the time we expect these rules to go into effect if adopted at our next commission meeting, maybe before we have a special meeting, that would give the facilities adequate time to make sure that if they are enrolling for the first time, their herd height fence meets what USDA expects of our cooperative program. Another conforming change is that we currently require escaped or farmed deer that disappear to be reported in 5 days. The proposal will decrease that to 72 hours to align with the federal window that they provide. We also have some clarification on record keeping that includes records, births, deaths, acquisitions, disposition, and test results. And then we remove in 40.3 an outdated reference to an old federal standard. Those standards were originally from 2013, and when they revised it for 2019, some of the biosecurity references and decontamination provisions that were in the original federal standards went away, and so our reference is outdated and being corrected here. Another change that is also aligning with federal standards, but warranted based on our current disease outbreak, is that the rule now specifies that when you collect a CWD test specimen, it must be submitted for testing within 7 days of collection. And then, again, this subsection B of 40.3 references the minimum mortality rate when we're looking at herd status and whether or not the herd is qualified to advance. Also, in that certified status definition in 1.6, C16, we specify that, and this is something that's aligning with federal standards, that when deer are moved from a breeding facility to a release facility, both of which are now defined in our chapter or in this proposal, you must test deer for 5 years if they are released in a facility under common ownership, which will give us some gap and some additional testing information that we can have more assurance in our certified status program. The next section deals with herd status changes, and basically it clarifies that if you take deer or cervix from a herd that has lower status than you currently are, you're going to immediately be dropped to that status. And that was already in the rule, but this is expanded to more closely align with federal standards. It also clarifies that if you are a new herd and creating your herd for the first time, if you only buy and have sourced deer or cervix from a certified herd, then you can obtain that certified status as long as they are maintained in compliance with the requirements of our herd certification program. On record keeping, we clarify that, for clarity, that records should be maintained for 5 years, even after the animal has left or has died. Just because that animal is no longer in the facility, as we can tell, doesn't mean that those records aren't of value to us in our disease response and investigations. And then I'd say on the last part, Section F. This is inspections, and this is part of that process of reviewing our policies and our practices, and we do inspections, or these facilities are required to be inspected every year. But the requirements for each year's inspection may be different. That first inspection, an initial inspection, 100% verification, and it must be conducted by a THC employee or USDA. The next 2 years' inspections may be conducted by THC representatives or a THC authorized veterinarian. And it requires visual verification of 50% of the IDs, because coming in your third year during the physical herd inventory, you again have to do 100% visual verification. And so this really drills down into the details of those inspections and provide some clarity so that we will be consistent and the regulated community can understand what's expected of them. And it also, in G, we capture that if we are performing this inspection, they are very time-consuming and a commitment of our field staff, that we will continue to charge the $100 per hour if we are asked to do it. Of course, they have the option for those intermittent annual inspections to have an authorized veterinarian, but if we're performing those services, we will continue to charge that fee. The last section is just clarification that the term was cancellation or suspension of enrollment. We've revised that because if we cancel a herd's enrollment, we're not canceling it, we're revoking it. And there are some rights associated with that revocation or that suspension or lower status. And so it's just clarifying that information. It also provides provisions about how an individual can voluntarily cancel. I will say you can voluntarily cancel unless you're under a herd plan or you're quarantined. You can't say suddenly I'm not going to meet any requirements of the Animal Health Commission if we've got a disease situation going on in agreement with us and USDA and potentially parks on how to manage that herd. The last part just clarifies that if you're not in compliance with this chapter, that we can lower, suspend, withhold advancement, or revoke a herd status. So I'll pause there. That's a lot to digest in my quick run-through, and see if there's any questions on that before I move into entry requirements and surveillance and movement requirements.
I've got a quick question. Of all that I've been listening to, herd management plan, record keeping, inventory, I guess my question is, there's always some outliers in the cattle industry that don't want to comply.
Yes, sir.
How much of that do you see? I mean, I'm sure the majority is complying and really trying to get along. Is there some, not without naming any names, is there any, how much percentage do you think we have?
I haven't seen many. I can't say percentages, but I haven't had to address many, and am addressing one right now. So, and y'all have a new 40.8 in front of you, which I want to solidify. It's more for clarity. We have that authority related to enforcement and penalties that I'll address in a few sections from here. But as far, and it would depend on the type of non-compliance that you're talking about, but I can provide a better report, or if we have a special meeting, more information on any non-compliances that we're aware of.
Thank you.
So our entry requirements are just cleaned up. It's more grammatical, and it specifies that we do have entry requirements for animals moving from areas where CWD has been detected, and we have carcass movement restrictions, and that's what you see being cleaned up in 40.4. We also have live animal requirements for moving interstate, and that's in section 51.10, which is in a different chapter, but you see that reference in A of 40.4. When we move to surveillance and movement requirements, 40.5, this is, we add an inventory record keeping requirement to clarify that should be for 5 years. Moving to 40.6, most of this, again, is cleanup through 40.5. We have additional clarification in the definitions, and we move into our containment zones. And so I'm going to flip here. And quickly, we are not changing our containment zone or surveillance zone requirements in this proposal. There's a little bit of cleanup, but the substance is still there. And what those requirements provide is that if you're in a containment zone, you shouldn't be moving deer. If you're in a surveillance zone, you should not be moving deer unless there's an epidemiological assessment conducted. If you're in those zones, there are carcass requirements, and there's increased requirements because we know the disease exists. And so that's why they exist. We are fortunate that we don't have to really drill into those substantive changes because we have them established. But what we have to be responsive to when we have cases is the zones, and making sure that we provide boundaries, that we can detect any additional cases or determine the disease prevalence in that zone, and make sure that the disease doesn't walk out with a hunter or on a vehicle moving somewhere else in the state unintentionally. And so the next section that we'll talk about addresses those zones. And the first zone is for Lubbock, Lynn, Crosby, and Garza counties. You'll see the red box that is described for containment zone 6, and that is the most restrictive requirements for the zone. That's where it's more likely that the disease would be found because we do have a confirmation there. And then as you expand out, that's your surveillance zone. And so what you have before you on 23, and we have a lot of coordinates, it addresses those new zones for these particular counties. The next zone that we're proposing is a revision to our surveillance zone for Medina, Uvalde counties. And so if you look at the materials, the red box is the containment zone, and that's around positive properties. The blue without dashed lines is the current surveillance zone. And because of these additional detections that Dr. Rollo covered in great detail regarding Uvalde, we now have an expanded surveillance zone proposed for your consideration. It's the dashed line. Our next zone is proposed Surveillance Zone 7, and this is response to the detection in Hunt County, which there hasn't been a detection. And so you see the zone going pretty broad so we can get an idea of what is their required mandatory testing and non-movement for these animals without an epidemiological assessment. Of course, we do have some requirements that allow certain parts of the animal to be moved to the taxidermist, so that's an existing rule, but I don't want to overlook that. And that is the recommendation. Very quickly summarized, I do want to briefly talk about 40.8, which is in the book, and this is a new provision that you're going to see in every one of the rules that I present before the commission going forward. The enforcement and penalties identified in 40.8 reference what's already in Chapter 161 of the Ad Code: administrative penalties, criminal penalties, sanctions, which include injunctions if someone's not able to comply with the laws. In this particular case, those sanctions could be revocation or suspension of a herd certified status. And then B will always say what my maximum penalty amount can be under statute, and again, that changes September 1 and is at $5,000 for your consideration. Is that all? Yes, sir.
Does those surveillance zones, are they coinciding with parks?
Yes, sir, and that was part of the reason the materials you received a little bit late, because we wanted to make sure, as much as we can and the science supports it, we want our zones and the park zones to match, just for regulatory compliance, improved understanding and consistency, so that the exotic species and native species, there isn't confusion in moving them.
Can you email me those zones, please?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
In the event of an infraction or a regulatory issue, does it go before an administrative judge here or a local JP?
Great question. So for the administrative penalties, what would happen is, depending on the violation, we would issue a notice of violation similar to the orders you saw earlier. If the individual accepts that penalty, it comes before you in order. If they, for example, if it's revocation, if they protest that, they can protest that to the executive director. If the producer or herd owner or affected party doesn't accept those terms or wants to appeal it, that would go to your state office of administrative hearings, so a judge, for consideration. And then it takes one more step. The SOA judge makes a recommendation, but it comes back before this body as the expertise in animal health to whether or not accept that proposal for decision or modify the terms.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 40, Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code, as is discussed today, including the 40.8. I further move that the notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second the motion.
We have a motion and a second that we propose the amendments to Chapter 40. Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? We have one public discussion right back here.
Yeah, please do. Mr. Conduit, if you'll take the mic and introduce yourself.
I'm Tim Conduit with Big Time Deer Solutions. I do consulting for the deer industry in Texas. I've worked all over the nation with the deer industry. I was actually involved in helping, as some of the other people were around this country, in the standards writing. The people a lot of times misunderstand what the standards are. The standards are not a federal rule. There is federal rules, and the standards is a document that's put into place to guide you how to work the federal rule. Therefore, you are given leeway as a state agency to deviate from the standards. Basically, we can use common sense. Okay, if we strictly go by the standards, it eliminates this possibility to utilize common sense in our practices of making rules. And so, for one of the things that was proposed, which actually we didn't know all of this, much stuff was coming up here today. I'll be honest with you, I've read this. But, you know, we're penalizing someone for having good animal husbandry with a 5% mortality rate. And so I think that TPWD, it's an overlap with one of their rules that they have in place, and I don't know why I've never understood why we penalize people that do good, and I'm not a believer in someone robbing a liquor store in Dallas and they want to take my firearm away, which is what happens when someone says, you know, we've got violators over here, so we got to pass these rules and implement them on the people that are doing the good thing. Let's don't punish the 98% that are doing everything perfect. Let's punish the 2%. And to understand what some of the violations that you hear about in non-compliance can be something as simple as a chewed deer tag, an ear tag that is dangling out there that you cannot read because another deer chewed that tag. And so a lot of these things, I mean, I wish there was some way for y'all to say, we would like to pass this today and give y'all the opportunity to work together to fix it a little bit, because I do trust the people in this room. I've worked with them a lot, and I really appreciate, I mean, I've worked all over this country. Dr. Rollo is the best epidemiologist that I've ever worked with, anywhere I've ever been. And the attorneys and Andy and everybody has always been so gracious to work with us in a fair and honest manner. But I think we're jumping the gun a little bit, and obviously if we have a couple or 3 more months that we could sit down, I think these actually need honed a tad. Not a lot, but a little bit. And I would say let's possibly just hit the brakes, because we haven't had our opportunity to put input on this right now and on the final version or whatever. And so I would appreciate it if you would consider holding off until the next commission meeting, or if there's a way that you can pass it and allow us to work out some of the kinks. I'm good with that. Like I say, I trust all the people in this room. And so that's all I had to say about it, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just proposed,
This is a proposal.
yeah.
Okay.
There is a comment period.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the federal.
Well, why didn't y'all tell me that when I first walked up here?
We wanted to hear what you had to say, Tim. But, no, this is a proposal, so those comments are well taken, and there will be a
Oh, okay.
period.
So I assume that after I've made all these comments, we're probably gonna have an opportunity to work together, right?
You're getting your wish.
Good deal. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay. Were there no comments on that? Okay, we do? Oh, but if anybody on the phone, press star 3 to raise your hand. Okay, there are no comments. All in favor of the motion to propose the amendments to Chapter 40, signify by saying aye.
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 And opposed by no, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving to the next chapter. This is Chapter 45, Reportable Diseases, and I have in italics, we are changing the title. That is our recommendation to propose and reportable. Tim was a little bit taller than me. Propose, reportable, and actionable diseases. And part of this is a result of Senate Bill 705, which you heard Julia provide in detail. And what Senate Bill 705 and the sunset recommendations found is we had too many disease lists. And when you have a reportable list, an actionable list, a shell act list, it was confusing. And they could all be reconciled, but you had to spend about an hour reconciling them and comparing them. And so what the sunset recommended and our elected officials approved during this last session is Senate Bill 705, and this change to Section 161.041 of the Agriculture Code. And so it struck about 11 provisions that said the Texas Animal Health Commission shall act on these diseases. And then a number 12 that says other diseases recognized as communicable by the veterinary profession. What it now says is, congratulations, commissioners. It is now your responsibility to identify what diseases the commission shall act to control, And, we should periodically update rules listing the diseases that require control or eradication by the Commission. And so that's what we're bringing for you today. This will go into effect September 1st. And so we want this for you and proposed for comment as quickly as possible. So in this section, I'm going to walk through, because it's a little bit dynamic, rather than having a disease list that we may act upon and shall act upon, we combined one list to include the diseases that veterinarians, laboratories, and producers that know of this condition shall report to the Commission. And I'm going to start with the first section there. Jumped ahead. We changed some definitions in 45.1. One of the cleanup was the World Organization for Animal Health is now the name for the Office of International Day Epizooties. And so we made some cleanup in the 45.1 definitions. We also added a definition for reportable animal diseases. There was a foreign animal disease list, and this provides that some diseases that we are concerned about aren't always foreign animal diseases, talking about Trach and Pyro and things such as that nature. And number 5 actually captures that. Fever ticks, the agency already had a list of diseases that should be reported to us, and we added agents of disease transmission, because if we can control the agent, we can control the disease. And so that's the change, more substantive, you see in 45.1, and it aligns with the changes in the Agriculture Code. The duty to report, as we discussed, applies to diseases recognized by USDA as a foreign animal disease or reportable disease, a cooperative program with USDA, diseases that are reportable to the World Organization for Animal Health, and then a subject of state of emergency is declared by the governor, which I wouldn't have foreseen a year ago, but now it's very necessary, especially since there's some data out there that says 3/4 of all new and emerging diseases originate with animals. And then a disease, 5 is a disease or agent of disease transmission designated by the Texas Animal Health Commission in 45.3. A big change in 45.3 is we had an attached graphic, and if anyone's visited the administrative code before, sometimes those attached graphics get lost. And this disease list is so important, we didn't want it lost. We want it out there for anybody that is willing to comply to see. And so we moved that list and added to it and changed it in 45.3 now. We also clarified what information vets, labs, or the owners need to report when there is a suspected one of these 5 categories: animal's owner and caretaker's name, address, and telephone number. Help us find the disease, help us get there and respond. A telephone was added, it wasn't there previously. So section 45.3, the reportable and actionable disease list, includes everything that was previously in chapter 161, and it's, then it also includes any rule that we currently have on the books. So again, Trach and Pyro, things that might be state specific. It also removes some diseases that are no longer reportable to OIE or USDA. And as part of our sunset review process, we're going to review this list every year. And so if diseases come on or diseases move off, unless there's a state-specific reason to deviate, we're going to be adjusting this once a year for you guys, or reporting back that there hasn't been any changes to this disease list. We also added the 3 types of ticks to this list that we are most concerned with: cattle fever tick, Asian longhorn tick that you'll hear me talking about in the chapter 46 proposal, and then the Bont tick. And then there was also a requirement that said this must also be reported to the Department of State Health Services. We have removed that, we've stripped that requirement because it's an independent requirement required by the Department of State Health Services. And then the last thing I want to note is that we've also provided a catch-all provision for diseases that should be reported, or diseases that we can act on if it's not covered by this list. If it's not covered by a list because it's so new, it's so emerging, and there's concerns that we need to respond, this rule would authorize the executive director to take that action by order to respond. The last thing in the provision to highlight is that enforcement and penalty section that you'll be seeing in every rule. It matches exactly what was discussed for chronic wasting disease, addresses the penalties under Chapter 161, and says an admin penalty can be up to $5,000.
Okay, anybody have any questions or anything in regard to this?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 45, Reportable Diseases, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second.
We have a motion and second that we propose the amendments to Chapter 45. Is there any discussion? Is there any public comment among the public or on the phone? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by no. That motion passes unanimously. And now you're up to 46, right?
Yes, sir. So moving on to Chapter 46, this is also a result of statutory changes, and this, as Julia referenced, is effective starting on June 7, 2021. And the background is an animal from another state moved in interstate commerce, international commerce, to be moved across the border. And an official there, a Mexican official, rejected the animal because of Asian longhorn tick, That animal moved from the facility back to a Texas premises, and we had sanctions. The United States is required now to treat their animals before they move in this international commerce in place basically before the Texas Animal Health Commission knew. And so when folks learned about this, they wanted to take action, and this is a result of that case, and some other ones similar to it. So now the Texas Animal Health Commission has the authority, and by statute, export facilities are required to report within 24 hours an animal rejected in international trade or international commerce. And we have adopted many of the definitions that are in statute. 46.2 follows what's required or authorized by Section C, and D, where we can require record keeping. We can require that the animals be treated at the facility. However, our rules don't go that far. We start with a duty to report. And so you report within 24 hours. 46.2 provides that necessary information we need to do to accurately respond and mitigate the disease risk. 46.3 is a record-keeping requirement, which has more detailed information than what was originally reported. And it also says that the facility needs to keep a copy of the International Health Certificate, which is required to move across boundaries, and provide us a copy of that as well, because a lot of the information we need will be in that document. And then that document is required to be submitted to the Texas Animal Health Commission within 7 days, and then they're required to keep those records for 1 year. And they're also required to provide it upon inspection or request during normal business hours. 40.6 gets to something that, what do you do with these animals once they're rejected in an export facility? And the statute says we can require testing of the animals on the premises, but we want it to be cognizant of that's trade and that's movement. And so if an animal is rejected for disease or pest concerns, or if they're rejected and they haven't met Texas entry requirements. You know, sometimes the requirements to move in international commerce are less stringent than in Texas. That animal needs to meet Texas's requirements, and we can permit the animal to a vet clinic or back to its farm of origin to get that testing. It does not have to happen at the export facility. It may, but this gives us the ability to permit those animals. 46.5, because this is a new, it's nine facilities that are regulated, with 4 of those being state public facilities. It's a new industry that we're going to be interacting with. So 46.5 clarifies our right of entry so that we can go in and inspect records. We can go in and look at these animals. That's something that's in Chapter 161 and highlight it here in our rule. And then last, the provision you'll see throughout is 46.6, the enforcement and penalties provision. And I can answer any questions.
Chairman,
Actually, we had that happen here last year when Mexico dropped that new spraying regulation for the longhorn tick.
Yes, sir.
You know, the facility over there at Laredo was full of animals that the Mexicans rejected. They ended up moving a bunch of bulls from Oklahoma out to the feedlot off of Pines Road, and they brought 20 some odd to me, and we had to redo the certificate and spray them and everything. But that actually happened. I mean, it was a huge backlog of animals there that got rejected because this was a last-minute deal on this spraying recommendation, and the certificates had already been done from other states, and they sent them to Laredo, and there they were, you know. So.
In our research to bring this proposal to you, we've heard of that, and so that's why we tried to incorporate that VS 127 permit process. And I will note it's not just us that can issue that. USDA personnel can help just so that we can be as efficient as we can be.
That regulation is still problematic because they want them they want to wait 5 days after spraying, which leaves you like a 9-day window to get your certificate back and get them crossed. So it's pretty challenging now, and it's that way on the deer and the cattle.
Yes, sir.
And the horses.
Yes, sir. Our intent is that this will help to meet it, but we do know that there's some pressures with timing to get that back. But hopefully that permitting process will help provide an avenue that just doesn't lock everyone down in the event this occurs.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the new Chapter 46 export-import facilities located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that the notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second motion.
Here we have a motion and second to propose the new chapter 46. Any further discussion? Is there any comment from the public, either in person or on the phone? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. That motion passes unanimously.
I'll turn the remaining 3 rules over to Joyce to explain.
3 more items.
All right, 3 more, that's right. So, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I am back. I got to say good morning earlier, now I get to say good afternoon. Again, my name is Julia Shelburne. I'm going to put my legislative hat aside for a moment and put on my rules hat. So, the first one that we'll talk about is Chapter 53, Market Regulations. Again, a lot of these are non-substantive grammatical and editorial changes, really just to improve readability and clarity, just a lot of cleanup. But I will highlight in the first section, 53.1, we proposed removing the reference that a market has to house the brucellosis testing equipment and instead replace that to adequately process any diagnostic test required by us or USDA, because although that brucellosis testing equipment requirement is no longer applicable, the update is still that markets that continue to have the voluntary diagnostic testing performed for other disease control, still maybe brucellosis, but disease control or eradication programs need to provide the adequate laboratory space. And if you know, it's only if the lab space is not available nearby a market. So it's just kind of clarifying and updating that provision. We also proposed changing the language instead of sink with drain, water pipe to a properly drained sink, and that just aligns more with the Code of Federal Regulations, kind of clarifying what the expectations are for the facility. And then we also clarify that a vet must be authorized to perform required disease control and eradication program work, and this applies to all of those programs, not just the brucellosis program. So the language that's proposed is a little broader just to capture that, and that's another one of the updates. There's no proposed change to 53.2, but there is to 53.3, again, removing the brucellosis specific language because it could be any infectious, contagious, or communicable disease. And then there was a little correction to be made in subsection C. We're replacing employee with representative because someone like a USDA employee could permit animal movement. So it's just kind of clarifying that for accuracy. 53.4 was market identification. Again, removing a brucellosis specific requirement that no longer applies as part of that program. And also in subsection A, if the market does test voluntarily, that identification is still required. So there's not too much in that section. This next section looks like a lot has been changed, but really it's just a lot of organization that has that we are proposing just for clarity. So what we're doing in subsection A is just clarifying which records the market must maintain. That's common to all species. The market is a dealer, so that's an existing requirement that we're kind of clarifying in this section. And there is a correction that the 5-year record-keeping requirement for consigned cattle, 2 years, is incorrect. It should be 5 years. And so there is some contradiction in our own existing rules, and it should be 5 years. So that's another update. And then, of course, just adding that records must be available upon request during normal business hours. And then, of course, everyone's favorite enforcement and penalties provision is proposed. Just, again, the $5,000 that's proposed, that will not go into effect until September 1st. So depending on the timeline of these rules, this would probably come after, but that's important to keep in mind. So that is the market chapter. Does anyone have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 53, Market Regulations, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second. Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that we propose the amendments to Chapter 53. Is there any further discussion among the commissioners? If not, is there any comment from the public or from the telephone? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying.
Clarify the record, like who's present.
I was going to do it right afterwards,
I'm
but
sorry.
I'll do it before.
Yes, sir.
You cannot turn down good legal advice.
Right, that's right. No, you can't.
For the record, and I was going to do that right after this, but for the record, I want the record to reflect that Commissioners Eggleston, Skaggs, and Osterkamp have left the meeting. Now, all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by no. That motion passes unanimously. Next chapter.
Yes, so next, we have our swine chapter, which is Chapter 55, and this is one of our longer proposals, so please bear with me. In the first, well, in every section, there's a lot of cleanup, so keep that in mind as you're reviewing these. A lot of it is just making things, just improving the readability, clarifying different terms, and then editorial changes. So in the first section, 55.1, we proposed to change to test eligible to include parturient and post-parturient, and we also add the definition of sows and boars, and just clarifying a lot of these definitions of what breeding swine is, what test eligible swine are. And then we also, in that number 6, proposed replacing transitional production swine with high-risk domestic swine, and this is a result of the 2008 USDA National Pseudorabies Surveillance Plan language. They had shown that transitional production is more of a former term. It's used interchangeably. It means the same thing, but high-risk domestic is the updated term. So we're still including transitional production as also known as, but we are trying to update these rules. And then we proposed deleting infected herd because we'll later add that to the pseudorabies section, and so it's just kind of a reorganization, but the infected herd content is not lost here. And then we also proposed defining pseudorabies and the THC authorized veterinarian. And Mary talked a lot about the value of that, and so I won't go much into that, but it's the same definition. So then in subsection B, B1 clarifies who can collect and test the blood samples and specifies that the THC authorized veterinarian is that person, as this is an updated term, and it includes those USDA accredited veterinarians that have these additional training requirements met that are more specific to Texas. And then in subsection B4, there's a clarification that isolation of tested swine is tied to the release of a hold order and not necessarily test results. So it's just clarification, and that the positive results would result in the quarantine. So moving right along to subsection 55.2, we are proposing changing the title to this section based on Senate Bill 1997 and Senate Bill 705. This was another part of the sunset finding, and it's just that classical swine fever is the more updated term for hog cholera. And in addition to that, classical swine fever vaccine, which is a live virus vaccine, may be used by certain persons in Texas. So it's not necessarily a blanket prohibition, so we wanted to update this language to reflect that. In subsection 55.3, we have another amended title proposed. This is feeding of garbage requirements and garbage feeding facility, and we're proposing this to better describe what the content of the rule actually is, because later you'll see that there are requirements to obtain a garbage feeder facility permit. So in subsection B, that addition for the TDCJ to feed garbage is just a reorganization. We proposed a deletion in a later part of this section and add it to this section just because it makes more sense. So it's improving that readability. So no, it's already existing. We're just adding it here and then just to make more sense. And then moving right along, there's a lot of clarifications in source information needed for the garbage feeder facility permit. It reorganizes when the commission may revoke or deny a permit. That is at the end, but with our new favor enforcement and penalties provision, we're able to kind of rearrange some of that subsection here. And then it also clarifies that records be made available by the garbage feeding facility during normal business hours and to maintain for 1 year from the date of entry. And that follows the Swine Health Protection Act, which is 9 CFR section 166.9 exactly. Catch up with myself. So at the end of this subsection, we propose adding citations and clarifications to carcass disposal just to clarify that it's not just necessarily local ordinance that a person would need to follow or a facility would need to follow. It's also statewide regulations for carcass disposal. And then, of course, reorganizing the violations and penalties and moving that substance either elsewhere in the section or to the very last section. All right, 55.4, we are making progress. So in subsection A, we proposed removing the encasement and strip of a nylon mesh adhering to the tag because apparently, to my knowledge now, that is an outdated procedure. So we could always add it back if it does become common again, but to our knowledge, it's just no longer a requirement that is needed in our rules. And then subsection B is removed because it's already defined in the definition section of 55.1. And then in subsection C, we propose removing a 120-day requirement because that applied to the last adoption of these rules. So again, that's a update. And then updating citations, clarifying that swine records must be maintained for at least 2 years from date of all transactions because a market is a dealer in this circumstance. So for swine and poultry, the requirement is 2 years for record keeping, and then for other species, it's 5 years. So making that clear here. And then also propose the addition of VS Form 454S as the alternative test swine chart that's available for use. Then we have section 55.5 on pseudorabies. A lot of this is just restating what is existing in our rules. It's just expanding the language just for more clarification, and it follows the federal standards from 2003 very closely. It replaces the term feedlot with feeder facility for clarification. We also proposed the definition of executive director here because it's later used in this section, so just for clarification. And again, you will find our infected herd definition in number 9. Again, we propose replacing transitional production swine with high-risk domestic swine as the updated term, but still having both referred to just for the ease of transition of language. And then we delete the word intentionally. Feral swine shall not be commingled with commercial swine for any reason, so it's not just an intentionality requirement there. Then subsection E deletes the red serially numbered reactor tag and adds approved for more flexibility and just more flexibility for the agency and just as a general update. And then, of course, we have another replacement of accredited and practicing veterinarians with the THC authorized veterinarians to ensure those who may have access to the vaccine are sufficiently trained and are aware of Texas's requirements for that. We also have vaccinated animals, hole punch in the left ear, updated flexibility for the Commission to approve another form of identification if it ever comes to be that that's needed. And then there's also an amendment. Let me catch up with my stuff again. Yes. So in the qualified pseudorabies negative herd status, there's amendment to increase the days from 60 to 90 days to attain that herd status, and that's just to align with the standards again. And those have to be complied with anyway if you're with the herd, so with the herd status program. So that's just a clarification and trying to eliminate any contradictions between rules. And then there's also a lot of clarifications of herd status requirements and reorganizes herd additions. So again, that content is not lost. It looks like it's struck through, but it's just moved down. So herd additions and change in that is its own part. So again, just really trying to improve the readability of these rules. In section 55.7 on slaughter plants, we do clarify here that swine records must be maintained for at least 2 years pursuant to section 148.011 of the Texas Agriculture Code, which is specifically about slaughter plants requiring that records must be maintained for 2 years. So putting that here just for awareness. And then we also update the term designated state diagnostic laboratory. This is as a result of our sunset bill, which transfers that regulatory animal health lab to TVMDL. And again, clarifying that records must be made available to a commission representative upon request. And as y'all can see, there were no changes proposed for 55.6 or 55.8, so we have 2 more sections in swine. So 55.9 is our feral swine section. We proposed amending the title to, again, better identify what's actually in the rule. So we proposed feral swine requirements, facility approval, and authorization. So a lot of the definitions, a lot of cleanup, proposing the removal of the binomial nomenclature sus scrofa because that does not necessarily distinguish that domestic swine from the feral swine. So removing that since it wasn't adding any value to the definition. Again, adding some clarifications to carcass disposal requirements, replacing the term approved slaughter facility with recognized slaughter facility because as defined, the term is recognized slaughter facility, so we're not trying to cause any confusion with using a new term. And then we offer some examples of tags that are approved by the Commission for individual identification. And that is in subsection D2B, excuse me. And then, of course, this has the same reorganization of violations and penalties moved towards the enforcement and penalties new section, and reorganizing some provisions within this section for when the agency may revoke or deny reauthorization of a permit. And finally, 55.10 is enforcement and penalties. So just again added for awareness and clarity, and offering as much notice as we can that the maximum administrative penalty is not to exceed $5,000. So that is swine. Does anyone have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose this amendment to Chapter 55, Swine, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code as discussed today, and further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to propose the amendments to Chapter 55, and at this point, I will, for the record, state that Commissioner Vermerdahl has left the meeting, but we still have a quorum of 9 members, so we're good. Any further discussion? Is there any comment from the public or from the phone? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to proposed amendments to Chapter 55, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed by no, and that motion passes unanimously. Next.
All right, this is our last proposal, and I think it's actually our shortest. So thank you again for bearing with us. So this is about a very specific section in our general practices and procedures rule. It's on open records. And so the public benefit here is that it provides greater transparency because the rule provides the public with several clear and accessible methods to choose how to make a public information request, and it also is aligning with our agency's application of the Texas Public Information Act. So a lot of clarification of language again, especially on submitting public information requests and then making the terminology more consistent. So in subsection 1, yes, we add a definition section. And then in subsection B, we remove the current subsection B describing the request submitted by mail to the attention of the General Counsel, and instead specify that the request may be sent to one of the available methods here on the agency's website to ensure that the requests are promptly forwarded to the Public Information Coordinator. So some of those records may be furnished without charge, and it also incorporates the Office of Attorney General's cost rules by reference, and that can be found in subsection C. And then subsection D clarifies when specifically a member of the public may physically inspect records, and it also allows for the denial of access under certain circumstances. So that was very short. If you would like any clarification, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we propose the amendments to Chapter 59, General Practices and Procedures, 59.5, Open Records, located in Title 4 of the Texas Administrative Code, as discussed today. I further move that notice of the proposed amendments be published in the Texas Register with a 30-day comment period.
Second.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to propose amendments to Chapter 59, is that right? 59. Too many numbers in my head. Are there any questions or further discussion? Is there any comment from the public or on the phone? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, ladies, very much. The next 3 items on the agenda, there's no executive session for item 17 or 18, and we'll not need to reconvene on item 19, so those 3 will be dropped. And the next item is public comment, and there's no one signed up to speak publicly. So the next item is to set the date for the 410th meeting.
I need to check on the phone if anyone's raising their hand for public comment, just
On,
public comment.
okay, I did. I admitted that. Is there anyone on the phone that wanted to make a public comment or in the audience? We do do that a little bit different than we used to. Okay, hearing none, so there'll be no public comment. We need to set the date for the 410th meeting. I assume that you're gonna send out some kind of little poll for us to fill out, man.
I'll have to do a little more coordination of staff schedules, and then I'll get it back.
Approximately when will we need to have that meeting? Does anybody know?
September dog.
March?
Gonna have a comment. We have a rule proposal that says October 15th for a height fence requirement, and so I'd need 20 days prior to that to publish it, so that's the deadline with rules. However, I know Commissioner Evans had some consideration on the date.
Okay, but we don't need to have a meeting before the end of the fiscal year for any reason?
We took care of that business today with Mr. Luna's presentation.
That's everything we did there. Okay, that,
I'll get the poll out.
good. So, do we need to talk about, do we want to have a special meeting on CWD? I know we do have a request for that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna talk from two hats here. As a commissioner, I applaud this staff, for rising to the occasion and for what they brought today and the changes, and the amendments to what we voted on today where CWD is concerned. As a landowner and a manager, I'm not sure I'm convinced that we go far enough when I look at it possibly be 2 counties away, and from what I see from neighbors that have high fences and, exotic wildlife that they hunt, high fence don't keep all those in. It doesn't take common sense. When I look out there and I see a black buck, that's not native to King County. I see an occasional elk, that's not native to King County. I see buffalo. We have all-dad sheep now that we didn't have in the past. And so my point is, as a landowner and the ones that have concern that we have heard from and that I've been hearing from, I'm not sure they're gonna be convinced. So my personal opinion, I still don't have enough information as a landowner and a manager to be comfortable with how far we've gone. I don't know, and we may have gone far enough. But also, I want to be fair to the deer breeders. So I think a special meeting for me, whether it be privately and somebody educate me, but I think for the perception to the landowners that have addressed concerns, I think we need a special meeting.
All right, let me ask this question. Is it in order for us to have a special meeting for informational purposes only and not even need to take any action at that meeting?
Have an informational meeting, and I was going to recommend that we can't take a motion or get a consensus because this isn't an action item, but that we come back to the commissioners and recommend some dates, and there might be some opportunity to consult with Parks and Wildlife staff and maybe have a joint commission meeting or informational meeting. But we can put that, we can't vote on it, but we can
I was going to
circulate
suggest
that.
if we kind of felt them out and to see what their temperature was, maybe we could have a joint informational meeting.
Yes, sir.
And we wouldn't need to have any forethought or take any action, or is that in order?
It's not something we can take action on, but we'll take it under advisement as your staff and touch base with Parks and Wildlife and follow up with the commission through an email on potential dates.
I think it'd be important for them to be here, at least make presentations, since we're all having to work together.
Yeah.
That's the lead role.
Yes, sir. We
Absolutely.
appreciate that opportunity, and we'll circulate, as Amanda does in her typical retune, about dates of when that would be. And we can decide at a later point whether or not there's anything other than information shared at that meeting.
And then if
Can I ask something else?
are y'all gonna then just touch base with Parks and see if they're interested in doing that
Yes, sir.
effort? Okay, good.
I'm tickled that we're doing that, and I think Parks has got to be involved, because they're the first line in this. How do we educate, inform, whatever term you want to use, how do we, as a commission, inform the ones that are concerned about it, the landowners, the deer, the wildlife population, the people, the hunting ranches, whatever, how do we inform them, educate them, teach them what we're doing, so that they get a comfort level? I think that's real important. Do they need to be part, do they need to have representation at this meeting?
I think that's appropriate action, probably not for this point in our agenda, but that would be part of something we circulate to the commission about, the next meeting.
Could TWA, could Texas Wildlife Association, be invited to such a meeting? I mean, they're having their, annual convention next week in San Antonio for 2 weeks. And that's a hot topic. Every time I'm at the convention or somewhere where I see a representative from TWA, that's all they want to talk about is CWD.
They're very involved in,
Right.
chronic disease,
Here's
working
my
task
opinion.
force.
We could keep going, and we could have a deal like we've had two down there at that facility down south of Austin, where we had 1,000 people there. And we could keep adding this one and that, and it's my opinion that we have us and Parks commissioners together and have a small group like that to hammer out anything, rather than bring a whole bunch of people in at this point. Now, there's gonna be a point where you're gonna have to make it bigger, but not to be argumentative.
And just to keep us within our posted agenda, we can take that all under advisement for the next schedule, but we don't need to have too much more discussion, on it. So,
Perfect.
thank you.
Okay, there being no further business, I want to thank everybody for coming and bearing with us. I think this is about the second longest meeting I've ever been to. But we appreciate everybody's attendance, input, comments, and thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing everyone at the next meeting, and we will stand adjourned.